Morning everybody and welcome to GUKPT Day 1 B Day. As you can see, we're short-handed, but there are 104 players registered and we've got 300 tables and we still don't know how to fix it. Don't know how. You put your name down, you register, you pre-reg, you can come in when you want to, we understand that, but obviously when your name's in the seat draw you have to be involved in the seat draw. It's just whether you're in the building or not, which means we are a little short-handed. Oh, we'll just get the chip counts from last night in the mix from last night, because there are a couple of local lads that have made it through. Josh Musson was one of the chip leaders. There we go. Pete Mason, one of the old stagers from Blackpool, 191,000. Josh Musson, 177. Some good names there. 154 entries for day 1A. And people are saying it won't make 500. There'll be 300 runners today. I'll be very, very surprised if there's not 300 runners for day 1B. And then there's the turbo, and then there's the day 2 buy-ins. So, well over the 550 mark, I reckon, by the time we've done. There's some good names in there. Tom Gill, Robbie Robb, Steve Warburton, One Bullet Warbs, he wants to be known as. He wants to be known as One Bullet Warbs.
Do you know what? I walked out yesterday when I first got in for the high roller. I think they were just on dinner break, and I saw Warbs in the smoking area. He goes, I've started really well in the main event, but don't tell anyone, because if you see me, we're starting stack later. But he managed to keep him, obviously, which is good to see. Yeah, I saw him last night as we were walking through after we finished the high roller, and he just went, One Bullet Warbs. I said, no, thank you very much. So yeah, some good names, and a few that played the high roller that then jumped straight into the mix of the main. I know Jack O'Neill bubbled the high roller, but 60,000 he bagged up, jumped straight in. Tony Filoni, 47,000, he bagged up. Who else was there? Jack Oliver.
Jack Oliver as well. John McCann got 80,000. He also had a deep run in the high roller. So literally they still wanted to play poker when they bust, and they bagged up, so they've got today off, which is every credit. Morning everybody. Morning one and all. You're all in. We're all in the chat. Afternoon. We've got a full 12 hours of live streaming to go. Plenty of news about the rest of the week. Plenty of news about London that is coming up in 3 weeks' time, and then we might even have a couple of snippets for next year, because next year is literally just around the corner, and there's some news coming. Players that should be sat around the table. We should have Ricker in seat number 2, Richard Harrison. There he is. Ricker in seat number 2. Mick Fletcher in seat, that is the real Mick Fletcher, in seat number 4. Lee Mulligan should be sat in 5. Rob Duras is in seat number 6. Nigel Burge-Jones, Danny Ryder, and in seat number 9 is Les Kearney. Local Blackpool lad is Les. So they're the 6 that were registered to start the event. Few obviously missing, not wanting to play the first level, walking in.
I know Danny, who's meant to be on our table, was here late last night, so sometimes that's how it goes. You drink on the Thursday, you just rock up whenever on the Friday, usually around dinner break, and jump straight in. Yeah,
he was railing span, to be fair, wasn't he, last night? Well done to Andy. Andy back, the spanned. Got himself a nice little chop. Gullymaff, what time is the treble getting announced? Tomorrow. It's only Friday today. There's nothing on the football front today. It's the last games tomorrow before everybody shuts down for 6 weeks for the World Cup. So tomorrow there will be a Towers treble, the final one before the World Cup. Can we finish off in style? Probably not. Probably not, but we'll give it a go. Morning, Gail.
Morning, Mum.
Have you been down to see Mum?
I popped down. I think I was meant to go for the week. I think I popped in once in the last couple of months. But Christmas coming up, so.
Oh, you got to get your name back in there. Hey, and I'm Jay. Don't forget, it's Christmas soon. He needs some coffee removal staining machine thing.
Yeah.
For a white coat. So good morning and good afternoon, everybody, wherever you may be around the world. Morning, mater. We've seen Andrew this morning. Still with the flowing locks. Andy has just sat down about halfway through level number 1. Morning, Wendy.
How are you doing, Wendy?
Watching on Facebook. Well done this week. Got our satellite seats. Knocked out Jay in the process.
Bagged in the main.
Knocked out Tim Chung in the process.
Mitch as well.
Knocked out all these people to get a seat. Well done, Wendy. Now then, Jimmy, up the blades. Oh no, up the Millers. 1-0 to the Rotherham. 1-0 to the Rotherham. He's a Sheffield United fan. Here's our Jimmy.
They done a 4-way chop, Will Meister, and then Robbie Ball was the outright champion.
Yeah.
They left 5.5k to play for, and Robbie was the eventual winner.
And if you want to watch the ending, you can watch the ending rewatch it on YouTube and Twitch, because Robbie came in for a 2 or 3 minute chat right at the end. We didn't talk to him at the table, obviously, but he came in. He says, "I'll come in for 10 minutes if you want to at the end," and he did. So if you want to watch it, such a nice lad. It was good to speak to him right at the end after his victory. Fly crash. Afternoon. Good afternoon. So early stages, short-handed. Anything does happen, we'll jump straight back to the tables, but we'll do a bit of catching up on what is happening. Yeah, I like Sheffield United, to be fair, Jimmy. All my family are Sheffield United fans. It's really weird, because I stuck to Rotherham with my dad. Me and my dad were Rotherham United. I had a season ticket for years and years at Rotherham. And it was, because obviously you got Rotherham, Sheffield Wednesday, Sheffield United, we're in like a 5 mile radius. It's like we're 3 big clubs, well, 2 big clubs in Rotherham. So all my mates were Leeds, Sheffield Wednesday, some Sheffield. But all my family went to Sheffield United. And in the 80s, when I started watching and travelling around for football, Rotherham played at home one week and Sheffield United always played at home the week after. So I used to go every now and again with family to watch the Blades. Never went to Hillsborough. But went to Hillsborough on Boxing Day one year, and Joe McBride stood the ball in the Union bag. And we sang about it for about 20 years. That's the only time we ever won. Afternoon, Angela. Early stages, day 1B. 154 for yesterday. Great numbers, and they'll just keep rolling through the door today, all the way through. I saw Stu Rutter sat down.
Yeah, I saw Strick.
Yeah, Stu Rutter was sat down on one of the outer tables. So Jambo sat down as well. Won himself £10,000 in the mystery bounty when he pulled out the envelope. Beautiful little add-on for the week. Jambo.
It's just short-handed poker to start the day.
It is. It is. We'll keep his eye on it.
Yeah, any action will jump in, but probably with a 2-pair. Just going to be bet and a fold from Les. Can't do anything with the Jack 10, but get out of the way.
Were you up for breakfast? Brisk walk down the prom?
I was up about 11:30 Tower.
Okay. Did you see the Prime Minister?
I saw I could tell something was happening at the building ears.
Yeah. The Prime Minister is in Blackpool. Who's the Prime Minister?
Said yesterday.
Well, to be fair, up until yesterday afternoon, you still thought it was Liz Truss. True?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it Ramash?
It's Rishi Sunak.
Rishi Sunak.
There we go.
That's the one.
They're actually in Blackpool. They've got a conference. Not a conference, but they have a. I think it's the Northern Ireland Secretary, and they're trying to sort out the Brexit debacle, apparently. But they're in town. The Prime Minister. Afternoon, Joe.
He's just there. It's not right in the head tower. I've known Joe a long time. He's not right in the head. And Richard here with the stones on the 10, up and down completing and getting less fire into us here. So I think at this stage no need to trap, double flush or bore. We just want to build the pot here of our nut straight. And Les just making the correct lay down.
So we start with 20,000. Saw Rick Trigg as well, bursting through the door at about 5 to 12. I'm here. Wait for me. Well, yeah. Any questions regarding chip counts from yesterday? The festival schedule for the rest of it. We'll show you that. We've got snippets of London coming up, and then there's a few dates for the start of next year as well. Plenty going on, coming towards another season ending.
So Jack's free bend from the smallest Rich gets it through. We'll probably get a giveaway going next session, guys, as well. Just
yeah, why not?
We've got plenty to give away.
Why not? You'll have a better chance if it's a slow start in the chat. Maybe Friday afternoon. Will we see you in London, Gary? Are you playing the PLO? There's a PLO bounty.
There's 3 PLO events, ain't there? There's the 4 card, there's the bounty, and there's the 4, 5, 6 high roller. High roller.
Very nice.
Which we're going to be streaming.
Darren Naylor, you're not wrong. Good to see Mark Goodwin playing. Has he been playing? This is the first time we see. We're talking about Mark Goodwin and winners in the past that we don't see anymore. And we've had a couple of stories regarding Mark Goodwin and former champion back in the day. And then all of a sudden, he turns up in Blackpool after 11 years of not playing poker. 11 years. And he was talking. He says he plays a few local cash games, nothing major, 1-2s and stuff like that, nothing big. And he was sat down at one of the tables and we were talking to all the young kids that are playing it. And he went into one of the casinos around Birmingham. You can't play it anymore. You're too old. You've lost the plot, you don't know what to, you don't know how the game's changed so much. You'll never get back into it like you used to, because it used to be European number 1 back in 2010. You'll never get back into it. All these solvers have changed the game. You can't play it. First comp, second. First comp, sits down, finishes second. And he looked at me and went, no, it's changed. Brilliant. So yeah, Mark. Sorry, Darren. First time I've seen Mark Goodwin in around 10 years. A little bit like when we turned up at Goliath and Mickey Wernick turned up.
Best thing to do, Gary, get in touch with PK if you want to play the live stream cash game on the Wednesday.
Yeah.
We're going to have one PLO, one Hold'em, I think. So
yes, yeah, that's a good shout. We'll put that forward to PK, who does all the social media regarding the live streams, and he gets them all done. So we do think a PLO and then a no limit, one of each, because we're doing 2. One of the first week and one on the final week. There's 3 weekends in total in London. We're doing the first and we're doing the last. Might be able to grab a final holiday of the year in the middle. Here we go.
Too tired to I'll just be sleeping. First full year back since COVID, obviously.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Yeah, you don't realise. Last year when we came back in July, who would have thought we'd have done a full season in 5 months? Right. The picture cards in Bordeaux, which is obviously France, and the pictures you would recognise were not the Jack, Queen or King. That's an R, a D and a V. That'd be interesting. That'd mess with your noggin, I tell you. I've got a set of V's. Yeah, that would be... well, I'd have to have it written down somewhere until I played for about 6 hours, just to remember.
Need like that, not the hand ranking out, the deck ranking. Just see Gary Miller takes his seat at the featured table.
Yes. Had a deep run in the high roller this year, didn't he?
He had plenty of deep runs, I think, Gary, across the board this year. So,
afternoon, Bob. Afternoon. Rest of Blackpool looks a bit like this. Oh, we're freezed. I'm trying to hide away. And Jay's looking down thinking, that's not George Michael, is it? Not. Friday, Saturday and Sunday. Main event day today. Day 1 being the turbo. We are concentrating on the main, finishing round about 12:30, 1:15. There'll be extended breaks of, I think, 25 minutes they were yesterday. So I think the stream will finish around 12:45 tonight. And then tomorrow is day 2 and the brand new one, the GUKPT Cup, the 550 pounder. Starting at 2 o'clock. Everybody said it's a good edition. Everybody says when we bust out, there's nothing we can do. So a GUKPT Cup just unfreezes. And then GUKPT Day 2, the Cup Day, we crown a champion on the main event, and then the seniors and the turbo if you fancy joining in the fun. Seniors, you have to be over 50. Get into the seniors. What you got, 22 years, 23 years?
yeah, 22.
Season 22 of the seniors they can play.
So we're up here, 3 betting the ace 10 suited. And Mick having none of it. 4 bet here with the king queen. Short-handed, very nice candidate to mix in a bluff with hit. Big sizing, 3.3x. Can definitely choose a smaller size as a 4 bet, but it does get Rob to fold the best hand. Well played, Mick.
Gully Masters, Ryder might not be in for a while, he's not answering his phone. Do you not think they want to be celebrating Andy Back's 30,000 cash last night? And having a decent time and enjoying themselves and chilling out? And then realising I'm not coming in for the early stages because the schedule, the structure's that good. Don't wake him up, he needs his beauty sleep.
Won't be able to wake him up like I heard the other night.
All right.
Yeah.
Every sleep.
Had a few too many drinks and ended up going back to Cal's Airbnb. Collapsed on his bed, passed out on his bed. Cal and Jen couldn't wake him up, so they just had to sleep in the bed with a passed out Danny Ryder in it as well. Yeah, so
on,
he was telling me the story. I went, "What, all 3 of you in the bed?" He went, "Yeah, we can wake Danny up." So he might still be in bed with Cal. They might be having a little cuddle.
Bless.
Heading in the dinner break.
I hope they had a little celebration last night, so there was decent cash for Andy, chopping it for 30,000.
And action here between Rob and Mick. Mick with bottom pair flush draw and Rob with top pair top kicker. So I'm going to see some chips in the middle. Hello there, Mick. Good afternoon.
Mick the mod helping us out as usual. Good afternoon, Mick.
So 10 of clubs on the turn, double flush draw board here. We expect Rob to fire another street, Queen 9, 9, 7 completing, but plenty we can get value from here. Some pairs, gut shots, pairs up and down, pairs flush draws, some worse Jack X, so goes for a nice big sizing as well, 1.7. Interesting spot for Mick because there are some situations here where we can be up against some superior flush draws. The time that we hit 4 or 3, is it going to be good or are we going to lose more chips? But chooses to raise here versus the pot size bet from Rob. Now back to Rob, which is difficult spot here because not beating anything for value and Rob just gets out of the way. So Mick 4-bet bluff versus Rob and then check raises the turn with the pair and flush draw. Getting the best hand to fold twice. Mick's come to play today.
Mike Patterson watching his sunny Lanzarote. How warm is it, Mike, and which part are you in? I was in Playa Blanca last month.
Where?
Playa Blanca in Lanzarote. Oh, sorry. September. Tell me it's warm. Does that mean Mick the mod's on the way?
Gary opens the bottom of 6s and Rob defends his option in the big with us.
Jack 2, Jack. Is it a case of just playing small pot poker at the minute?
Well, Mick Fletcher doesn't think so because he's happy to put some 4-bet bluffs in this deep and saw the check raise on the turn. But a lot of players, yeah, Tower will just play the small ball approach, just start understanding the table they're at. Like a lot of players will know each other anyway. Would have played plenty over the years or throughout the year and the season. And Rob picking a nice candidate here, 2 check raise on the Jack Deuce.
Well, that's 2 chips, so it's a raise to 1300. Gary calls. Queen of clubs on the turn.
Yes, it does bring in dummy and gut shot for Rob. Interesting one. Gary's a tricky customer tower, so like Gary capable of floating here with like some Queen 10, King Queen with some backdoor flush draw, even like a 10-9 suited, these type of hands. Rob is going to fire the second barrel here. I think he's on Jack Deuce Rainbow, hard for opponents plausibly to have a bluff. But then again, the flip side of that is how often are they raising Jack X? Are they flatten more often than not? And Rob actually picking up showdown here now with the 8 of spades on the river. So this is where we should see him slow down. I just think it's a big ask to try and fold like a Jack X out here, so there's just check and Gary snap checks behind.
Nice one for Rob. 27 degrees in Costa Teguise. I like the square in Costa Teguise. A fantastic Italian restaurant in the top left hand corner. Used to be is it the Dolphin Bar or something like that? €2 a pint it used to be. Nice place. Nice to get some winter sunshine. If you can't play golf, you might as well be abroad.
Is that the motto, Tower?
Absolutely.
If
it's too wet to play golf, you might as well be on holiday. Les Kearney. One of the seasons about 3 years ago, from the year before COVID, no, 2 years before COVID, Les Kearney had a online ticket for every leg.
Remember speaking, is it Sharon? Is that right?
Yeah.
And she always used to come along.
Yeah.
Always on the old slots.
She even turned up in Luton. 5 nights in Luton.
I remember.
Afternoon, Neil. Watching on YouTube. Just got back from Tenerife on Wednesday. €1 a pint. Wow. €1.
7-8 euros. That's all you need each
That's
night.
it. That's it. €7-8 a night. You can do a week on 50. Ash Dakin. You're not wrong, Ash. This week's numbers here in Blackpool have been unbelievable. Was down for the mini and was fantastic. Great atmosphere, says Ash. 973 runners for the mini. Obviously now everybody's talking. Can we get 1,000? Can we get 1,000? I don't. I'll be amazed if that's ever beaten 973. It was just what a turnout. What an effort from everybody. A few bars in Tenerife were charging 95 cents for a beer. Oh, even I'd tip them to €1. Oh, amazing. Have a great time, Mike, while you're in Lanzarote, enjoying.
Queen 4, 2-9 on board here. Les elected to 3-bet here with the ace jack, and Gary suited Broadway, never folding this deep with position. Flop is checked through, 3 of hearts on the turn. Ace jack high still the best of it, and looks like Les happy to go for the late c-bet. Just a quick fold from Gary, not much going on for us there with a king jack.
Yeah, that's always something, Ash. How many day 2 buy-ins were there? He said he can't believe how many day 2 buy-ins there were for 10 bigs. Or 9 bigs it was.
8 bigs in the mini.
Is it 8 in the mini?
Yeah, 2.5k you come back
I think once you see the size of the prize pool, you still have to be involved, and you never know, you can get lucky. Yes, you've got to get them in the first orbit, but that's just one of those things. You've got to get lucky in the first orbit, but you can spin. And when you see the size of the prize pool, people just think, well, I'm here, I might as well chance me arm. Fizzers on the elf kick. Watching in YouTube. Getting into the zone for the inaugural GUKPT Cup tomorrow with pudding, chips, beans and gravy with double sausage. I've got a feeling... Oh, that went yellow. I've got a feeling that he had too much gravy. Yeah, one thing for sure is when Fizz has a dinner, there's far too much gravy on it.
Nothing wrong with that tower.
Do you not think?
Nah, I like a bit of gravy.
Ref Brad, how are we doing? Is he on OnlyFans? Is that what he's saying? Is that what he's saying? Yeah.
Gary on the button raises to 3, and Rob going to defend with the king 8 in the big blind. Ten, 9, 7 rainbow. So top and bottom here for Gary, and Rob with up and down straight draw here. So Rob check calling. Well, no, like, although we're going to have a slight advantage on this board, Gary's still going to open a whole host on the button that can't connect with this, like 8-6 suited. He can still have both flop straights or 2 pairs as well as sets. So just going to take the passive approach and check call with our up and down ace of spades on the turn. Second street of value coming in. 1.4k, so near pot sized here, and versus this size here now. I think Rob's just got to let his hand go. Guess we can still have the best hand, very small amount of the time, versus bottom range of Gary. Queen 8, Queen Jack, King Jack, hand that we are ahead of. However, I just think a bit too optimistic to be peeling once more.
Early stages Blackpool Day 1B. Quiet in the room at the minute, but there are over 100 registered. I think when we started it was 103, so it's definitely increased since then. Day 1B, 144 in the mix so far. 144. Turbo tonight starts at 9 PM. Day 2 starts tomorrow at 12:30, and you can buy in. It starts at 12 and you can buy in until 11:45. GUKPT Cup starts at 2. Plenty going on. Watch the live stream, Frankie, watching on YouTube, and just enjoy it. We'll see you soon, I am sure. Wanted to play Blackpool, but just couldn't make it.
Stop it. Don't get your hopes up. 1,400.
So early stages, Blackpool GUKPT 144 in the mix at the minute. Jay just gone to get a charger for his laptop. He's come in that it's in store and he's off. He'll be 10 minutes there and back. So Jay just nipping out. Needs that laptop charger sharpish, and he's got one ordered. Got it all ordered, so we're on. So Blackpool this week been absolutely amazing. It's been so good and really busy. Hope you've enjoyed the experience. And you guys out there, 973 that played the mini. Still got 3 days of play still to come. We'll show you the rest of the schedule for Blackpool as we heading towards the end of the week. It's been a superb 10 days. We've got Friday, Saturday and Sunday to go. A couple of weeks rest, and then we're in London for the GUKPT Grand Final, an 18-day festival. Ricker getting involved with the Queen 3, even hits the river. But Stephen, who comes to the table in seat number 1, flopping trips. Yes, we had a 4-way chop in the high roller yesterday. There were nearly, I think there was about 4 big blinds difference between all 4 players. So yeah, they went on an ICM and it was 33, 32, 31, 30, and they played on for 5.5, and Robbie Bull got the extra and was crowned champion late in the evening, or early in the morning as it was. I think it finished round about 1:30. 1:30 in the morning. I think the live stream finished at 2 AM. Well, just before, around about 5 to 2. And Robbie Bull came in for a 5-minute chat at the end as well, which was very nice of him, before he had a couple of drinks at the bar celebrating his victory. Hiya Tim, Jay. Oh, we're frozen again. that's me laughing at Jay because he's gone for his charger. Tim, thanks for looking, but he ordered one from Curry's this morning and they've just emailed him saying it's in store to collect, and he has literally just gone to the store to go and get his charger because he is having a lot of problems with his cat bitten wires. So but thanks for that, Tim, thank you very much indeed. But he has gone to Curry's to get it right now. Afternoon Jim, all is good, thank you. Tim, you know, if you stay encouraged 5 minutes extra, Jay is literally on his way. You'll see him in a white coat. He looks like lead singer of E17 when they did that Christmas song. Stay now, baby, if you've got to go away. That one. Mick Fletcher turning the nuts. Got him, it's 1.6 as the board pairs. Does that mean Mick will just flat? Nope, he makes it 3,500. He's not scared of the 5, or the King 5. And Fletch adds to his stack. And up to 26,000. Great to see Les and Mick, 2 local lads playing the big one, says Gary. Yeah, Pete Mason's chip leader. And Josh Musson, one of the new breed, Vinny's lad, is second in chips from day 1-8. Good to see Pete Mason back in the G. Gary Miller flopping best, rivering even better. Rob Duras with the 8s. In the tank, not much we're beating with 8s, I must admit. And eventually gets out of the way. So the rest, are we still smiling? Yay! I don't know what's happened there. I think Jay's just got the watering. Blackpool, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. GUKPT Cup, don't forget that is a brand new event. Make the mod back in 20, no worries. Starting to build in the room, 144 in the mix at the moment. It will build, still pretty confident he'll get over 300 today. Pretty confident that we'll get there, over the 300 mark. Turbo at 9 o'clock. And day 2 binds as well. Pretty confident we'll get well over the 500 mark in Blackpool again. So Fletcher and Garrett locking horns, and Mick Fletcher bets on the river and wins again. A bit of information. Boom. That is the second week in London at this moment in time. That's the second week. We're going to get another template done for the first week, but that's the second week as a team are down on the Wednesday. There will be a cash game on the Wednesday. We think we're doing a no limit and we're doing a PLO in London. We're not sure which week is which just yet, so keep your eye on social media regarding that. But the main event, the grand final itself, a 2k buy-in, Thursday, Friday, Saturday and Sunday. It took over 1.1 million last year. We know we'd just come out of COVID. We know everything was mental, and we knew that a lot of people weren't travelling anywhere and couldn't travel anywhere. But 1.1 million was in the pot for the grand final, and it should be exactly the same again this year. It is going to be busy. There's plenty going on. That's the second week. We'll give you the first week as well, but that's just a taster of what is to come regarding the rest. There it is, straight in. There's the first week. We've got the first week already done. We're down on Wednesday doing the cash, and then Thursday it's a 12.50. So there's plenty going on. We're down the first week, the Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday and Sunday. Hope to see you there. And then we're down for the final week, as we saw there, in between. We're not there for the middle weekend, but we're there for the first and the last. Show you that lots over the coming 3 days, because it is a cracker. Fantastic festival. Dave Preston, who won the high roller last night, was Mr. Robbie Bull. Robbie Bull won the high roller last night, and if you want to watch it, re-watch the last half an hour. After they'd done the deal, they did a 4-way chop. They took 33, 32, 31 and 30, and they played on for 5.5. And as they played on for 5.5, Robbie eventually crowned the champion. Got a bit lucky towards the end against Andy Hume, but that's just the way it goes. Do we know how many levels will be played on day 1 of the £550 Cup tomorrow? I will ask the question. I will ask the question for you. It's a 40-minute clock, so if it's like a G400 or something like that, you've got to be thinking it's going to be 12 levels. We'll confirm that. But I think it's 12 levels. Sent the message. Hopefully it'll be answered very shortly. I think it's 12 levels. Morning, Yamo. Next time you look into, I needed to ask Lenny about that. Obviously Lenny was streaming this morning. Somebody tagged me into some kind of post, and I clicked on it, and it took me to watching Lenny vaping. I don't see why I should want to watch Lenny vaping, but it is. He was doing his little streaming, but somebody sent me a link, so I clicked on it because I'm that kind of guy. And it took me to Lenny doing his little streaming, but I don't know why. And I didn't even see what I was tagged into, to be fair. What was I tagged into? Anybody know? I don't know. But I was tagged into something for Lenny as he was streaming. And I don't know what it was, but somebody tagged me into it. Do we know what events you're streaming for London? Ryan, yes, I'll show you after this hand. We'll show you after this hand. So London, there. Oh, we're down again. The glasses are on. We're looking down. We're looking down at the list. We are streaming the Cash on the Wednesday, the 30th of November. That's when we're streaming the Cash. Thursday we will be doing main event day 1A and day 1B and day 2 and the final. So the first weekend of the grand final, it will be the main event, the 1250. And we'll be doing that all the way through, and then the second weekend we get there on the Wednesday again. We'll be doing the Cash on the Wednesday, and then it'll be the grand final. I'm not sure if we're doing the grand final day 1A or we're doing the high roller of the PLO. Not too sure just yet. We'll confirm that. But basically, Cash on the on both Wednesdays, and then Thursday, Friday, Saturday and Sunday will be the 1250 on the first weekend, and then the grand final. But we might be able to get into the PLO for the London leg. Early stages, day 1B, Blackpool, 145 in the mix so far. Numbers coming through the door all of the time. Jay will be back. He has just nipped out for a charger. He's got one on order. They sent him a message, it was ready, and off he went. He needs a laptop for work. What he doesn't need is the cat to chew it. It's not a technical issue, Sam, it's a cat issue. Or, more than that, leaving the wires out so the cat can chew it is the issue. But he did say when he first turned up with a chewed wire, he says, I've had a bit of an issue with the wiring. There's teeth marks all around the wire. And don't forget, There's him, Alice and the cat. He said it was probably the cat. Only probably. Yeah, it wasn't me that said it. It wasn't. Rich, it wasn't me that said it was only probably the cat. Top for Fletch. Started the session really well. Great player, Mick Fletcher. Won 25-25s in his time. Had fantastic runs in GUKPTs. Won plenty of side events. Great player. Good to see him back at the tables. I wonder what he listens to. What kind of music do you think Mick Fletcher's listening to? Won't be Mantovani. I can't think it'd be ABBA. Bit of Northern Soul maybe? I don't think he's a rocker. Early stages Blackpool. Day 1B. Plenty of names in the list. Plenty of runners not turned up just yet but already registered. Up to 160. And the numbers will just carry on building and building and building. Structure tells you that you really can turn up most part of the day. 60-minute clock. The blinds at the minute have just gone to 111. If you come at the end of level 4, it's only 13 with a 60-minute clock and 20,000 starting stack.
Yeah, it was 569, 659.
I saw the specials the last time they were in Blackpool earlier this year.
I used 2 street cruises the last 2 days.
They were good.
Either sleeping or working. I'm just not doing
They weren't amazing, but they were good.
probably caught up to me. Oh, no, I was too ahead.
Yeah, I've seen it plenty of times over the years.
I keep having to use gems to refill the street cruises. So I just don't have time.
Mick Fletcher involved in a pot again. Club 225. Next 10 for Mick. Next standard C-bet. Stephen with the 7s still in the lead, and it looks like he's still in the lead with the 7s as he goes check check on the river. Any satellites running for the new cup event? Non-scheduled, but if you do show an interest at the cash desk when there's enough players, they could even get the single table satellites running. I think with the day 1B always being the busiest day of the buy-ins, and the turbos on at 9 o'clock, it would also be a space issue as well. But if there's enough interest for 10 players to sit down and play an STT, then yeah, it could well be. When they sat down playing. $154 at the minute. It's higher than that now, I must admit. I think this needs updating. Let's have an update. Is that Lee Mulligan coming in? Hey Fletch, good to see you yesterday. Shout out to landlady Ellie at the White Lion in Wrightington, stepping into cover. Yes, I saw the pot watcher senior as he was just buying in this morning. Good to see you yesterday, Fletch. Been in the chat for a long time and good to have you on board. Great to put a face to the name. And we will make it to the White Lane, honestly, we will. We'll be nipping down on the Thursday. Have a bit of a laugh with the boys, man, even mustering around the golf as well. Any early indications for Towers treble? Yes, Tottenham won't be in it. That's one of them. I was warned. I didn't realise it was a full football schedule tomorrow because I thought everybody had packed up for the World Cup, but apparently not. Apparently not, it's a full schedule tomorrow. So we'll be in the lab tonight. Here he is. He's got a box.
Hopefully it works, hopefully it's the right port.
He's got a box, he's seen a man. He's handed over his cash. And he's going to chance his arm. Fingers crossed, fingers crossed. So we're undoing the box. We can't show you because we keep crashing on the old all the old cams. So sorry about that. Get that fixed. Oh, it's looking exciting.
Yes.
Oh, it's looking good.
It's looking very good.
Oh, he's got there's a socket there, right under your feet.
Yep.
Get in. Oh, he's getting excited. Morning, John. Unlucky Derby County the other night, taking Liverpool to penalties. How do you think your new manager's doing so far? The ex-Rotherham United manager. How do you think he's doing?
Right, moment of truth.
Moment of truth. Da, 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 da.
Oh no.
Oh no. Yes!
Yes.
Yes! Ladies
Yes.
and gentlemen. Oh ho ho! Da, 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 da. It works.
It works.
The laptop is back.
We are good.
Boom. Oh, he's got excited.
I have to get
Did you see Tim Buckley?
that? No, I didn't.
Tim said he was in Curry's waiting for you.
He goes to me. He's been to 6 different shops and he's not been able to find one this morning. So I better drop him a message now.
Yeah. He sent a message. He says, "Jay, I've got you a charger. Do you want me to get it?" I said, "He's on his way to Curry's." He went, "Guess what?" He says, "That's exactly what I am now." And that was when you were on your way. Nice to get a flop set. Steve Smart, seat number 1. Saw him in Malta. Playing the Battle of Malta with Stevie. Took longer to get the burger last night.
Yeah. I know. Literally, it did.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Right, I need tea. I need to sort this out. Would you like one?
I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
Could you get me
Oh my dears, here we go.
just a Red Bull and some ice, please?
Red Bull and some ice. Water's better for you. It is.
Okay.
Honest. Water's definitely
Right,
better
yeah,
for you.
I'll have a water. I'll have
Okay.
a water.
Water's definitely better for you.
I think we'll stay off the Red Bull today.
Yes. And cheaper. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, that is true.
Exactly. Council Stella is a lot cheaper, let me tell you.
It's what Blackpool does to you, Mick. When you've been here, I've been here since last Thursday. Probably drinking every night until I was working.
I've not seen him in shorts yet.
Oh, good to see the table fall now. Well, we had over 100 to take the seats to start the day. Probably think we're going to get over 300 by the time we finish today. Turbo flight running this evening as well. We're going to get in, play on a turbo clock. So, can run you through some of the bust outs that we have had already today, guys. First out in the field was Richard Buck. Then we lost TJ, Terry Jr., Tony Fayad, Scott Burko, Graham Peckover. The few casualties, just the 5. that we've lost so far today. $149 in at the moment. Clipboard in seat 7 has been playing well. Jim Marlowe back on form. Red Bull and Ice, Jim. It is. They do actually have a cocktail list here, I believe. They have a nice selection of cocktails at the bar. Just ask Poker Mel in the Twitch chat. I'm sure she'll be able to tell you about them. Get on the water today, Mel. I know you was drinking throughout the day yesterday. Going to be recovery day on the Friday. Blame that Neil Farrell. Not a good influence. So Tony Ace8, happy to open. Rob here with 7s, just happy to flat in the cutoff. Oh, then Paul Fletcher, Pot Washer Senior, Paul Maguire, that would be, is taking it seriously. Missed the line home game to have an early night. Had a few nibbles at cash lately, so worth keeping an eye on. We'll keep an eye out for him, Paul. Is the lad here as well? Is Chris with him? Or is just Paul by himself? I haven't seen Chris today, although I haven't been out in the card room much. Got in, got straight here in the booth. Just popped to Curry's. Laptop's charging, everything's good again. As we see Rob fire here on the King 6-3 all heart board. Mono board, small sizing, sub 30%. And that's just going to be the end of the hand. Tony not going to be able to continue here with the ace-8 off. At least he shouldn't be. And cheers, Tim. I don't know if you're watching the stream, Tim Buckley, right now, but thank you for the help. Trying to sort me out a charger for my laptop, but we got there in the end. Poor Mr. David Blacklaw ended up taking me, running me down the road in his car. He had a lovely car parking space right outside the casino, and then we got back, it was gone. Giving up his space to go and get me a charger. Okay, cheers, Paul. No Chris here. Will of the one says get Russell Hallsworth on the featured table. The first featured table of the day is always random. The second one, third, fourth, so on. We can pick a certain table. We'll see if he gets on throughout the day. We'll have 5 different features. So Peter here, fairly loose open from +2. Jack 9 off wanting to get involved, and Gary coming along in the small with a 7-8, and Mick doing the same with the Jack 6 suited. Gary's call's fine here, may look a bit loose, 7-8, but always say when the big blind is the same as the small blind, it can peel a lot wider in the small. And what a flop for Mick, flopping 2 overcards, up and down, and flush draw. 10 of diamonds on the turn, and if this is checked by Gary, which I expect it to be, well, Gary's going to fire himself here with his gut shot. Mick is going to call. I was going to say Gary checked. Mick's got a pretty clear lead spot with his hand. And river card is the 10 of clubs, so Mick getting there, and well timed check by Gary, just a check fold. But always quiet these first few levels, guys. We'll get a giveaway in after the break. First break's in 40 minutes time, then we will do a giveaway that session. Try and just spice things up a little. We know the drill. Levels 1 through 6 can be quite a slog, unless we do have certain players on the table that create the action, or there's just some cold decks flying out. And then Brad back from the school run. You can annoy me now, he says. So I've got Mick the Mod in the chat today, so he'll put the hammer down. Keep it friendly in chat, please, Brad. And yes, that is Gary Miller in 3. We've got GDPR in 1, Richard Harrison in 2, Gary Miller in 3, Mick Fletcher in 4, Tony Fayad in 5, Rob Duras in 6, Nigel Burge-Jones is meant to be in 7, Peter Mock is in 8, and Les Kearney is in 9. That's our featured table. Got 40 minutes or so left of the first session of the day. Gary opening the 8-4 of clubs on the button and turning some equity here on the 6 of clubs turn. Sorry, Gary, free betting the 8-4 of clubs on the button here. And this is where we should be losing Peter. There is the fold. Gary amping up the aggression early on, deciding to free bet the 8-4 of clubs. It does win the pot post flop with the worst of it. Another one exits the field. We've just lost Paul McTaggart. So far today, total of 163 entries, so already over yesterday's number, and we've still got full day of poker turbo later on this evening at 9, day 2 binds tomorrow as well. This is going to be a real big festival here at Blackpool. I think we could get 600. I know it's a big ask, but we will see how things go, but I don't think 600's out the realms of possibility. As we see Stephen just flat the pocket jacks it. Could definitely free bet these as Stephen, but we are faced with a gun open, so maybe a bit wary about that. And Rob now, 100 more to call. Should be flicking it in, getting 10 to 1 in his money with the 8-5. He's going to let it go. Didn't want to flick in an extra 100 chip. King 96 Rainbow. So Jacks are Stephen out in front here, but we'll be wearing one overcard to the board 4-way. And 9 of diamonds on the turn. I won't like that either, as the Jacks not only losing to a King now, also behind some 9x holdings. So could definitely see this one check to Mick on the button, who may take the initiative with just 6 higher and some equity in terms of a flush draw, but Tony's going to take that option away from him, choosing to lead his 6 here into the whole field. Here he is, nice cup of water.
Sweet Caroline.
Thank you.
Also got confirmation for the GUKPT Cup. It is 12 levels on day 1. So 12 levels on day 1 if you're thinking about playing the GUKPT Cup. 12 40 minutes plus the breaks. Starts at 2. I think it finishes around about 11:30. (6-3) the old Walsall nuts for Mick Fletcher. Stephen Smart gets rivered. The GUKPT Cup is a live event. It's a 2-day event, Saturday and Sunday, here in Blackpool. 2-day. You wanted something for when people bust out. You wanted to give them some decent comp, and that is it. Should be quite busy, to be fair. Should be a good one.
We'll chop this one up. Red players with 6. So Richard here, 8-9 of clubs raises to 300. And Peter not defending, just raise and take. There's 30 minutes to go before the first break for us guys. Assuming we started on time today, which I think we did.
Yeah, I'm guessing it'll be a 25-minute break as well, the first one. The room is starting to fill up nicely.
unwires, you would certainly be right, sir. You get a starting stack with 10k. When you get to 100k, you get your seat for the satellite. Well, for whatever you're trying to win your seat for. Could be a main event, could be a high roller. Fun to play, very fun to play. Enjoy them.
Yeah, a little bit of a different concept in the cash out satellites.
They're very fun tournaments. Unless that Wendy Watson's on your table, then they're not very fun. If you're watching Wendy still.
She's in the mix. She sat down playing with her satellite seat. I think she is, isn't she?
No, she backed up yesterday.
Oh no, yeah, that's because that was on the wrong day, and it was I saw Wendy's name.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
There we are.
That's what it was. How have the bust outs gone? We had plenty.
Yep. Last one out that we lost was Paul McTaggart.
Oh, the Boba Fett. Show you the London schedule and when the cash out satellites are on. We have the whole 18 days. Oh, what's Lee doing?
I don't know.
Shaving his hair?
Is that one of them neck things?
Oh, it's a neck thing. It's advertised on TV. Saw it. It's a roller. It's like you're putting wallpaper on walls or something.
Look at this. What a spot for Mick Fletcher. There's an open under the gun. Gary 3-betting the ace queen, and Mick going to be 4-betting, I assume, with the king's hit. And Gary will know once this comes back round to him here that this is just never a bluff from Mick. Like, best case scenario here, and it's his best case that he has jacks and we're flipping. Like, more often than not we're just going to be crushed, and I think Gary well aware where he's going to be in this hand, and there's the fold. Just knows that Mick's never 4-betting here without a hand that has us crushed. Gun versus +1 versus +2. I need one of them tower. Looks like he's having a...
Oh. You're right, I'll go.
Gentlemen and dealers, in the minute after hand of progress, you are on a 25-minute break. Once your hand has been in, please leave the room as quickly as you can. The call remains closed throughout the entire break. If you want to drink during this break, please get it from the in the bar, not the bar in the ballroom. Again, during this break, please leave the room as quickly as you can. If you want your drinks, get them from the main bar. And please leave the room as quickly as you can.
Here's King for Tony. I got it down as Lee Mulligan sat down in seat 5. Obviously, it's not.
He was there to start the day, but what I don't know what they're actually doing. But like,
Well, Lee didn't turn up.
neither did Danny. Neither did Danny Ryder, who
Yeah.
was meant to be at the table, and now.
That's Mark Evans.
Yep. So it's maybe our TDs have a way of sorting out the short-handed play to start the day, Tower.
Maybe. Good. You don't like to be short-handed to start with, I must admit.
Yeah, Jim, spot on, mate. I actually like a flat there from Mick, although it does look very strong, obviously, just as strong cold calling the 3-bet. You ask yourself the question, if you're the 3-better there as Gary, what are you more worried about? Are you more worried about the cold call or the 4-bet? But this deep, I wouldn't mind seeing a flat there from Mick for sure with the kings. Just keep our range maybe a tad bit wider. Try and go post with position and potentially win some money down the streets, but
Well, that's not Mark
definitely definitely an option, Jim. Definitely an option to flat.
We've had a couple of doppelgangers this week because we had Keith sat in seat 1 who looked like Mick Fletcher,
Yep.
And
No, that was Kevin. Kevin
no,
Warrilow.
Kevin Warrilow sat in seat number 1. I thought it was Mick Fletcher from the back, and now Mick Fletcher sat in seat 4. And seat 8 is Peter Mock.
Yeah.
Well, I thought it was Mark Evans.
Yeah.
Oh, there's all sorts going on in Blackpool. It's like Madame Tussauds, is he?
Is there? Yeah.
There is. There's a Madame Tussauds.
Who's in your Madame Tussauds tower?
Everybody. It's as good as the one in London, apparently.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a proper full-blown Madame Tussauds.
Ah. I thought it was just like a holiday version, like little.
No.
I went to the one in Baker Street years and years ago, and can't really remember it too well. I think I was at school when I ended up going there. And Tony loves to see that. After double barrel in here, gets the top pair, top kicker on the end. After Peter called twice with the 8s correctly.
Tony fired in seat number 5 with the self-roller for the neck.
I'm going to have a tough time putting any more chips in now here as Peter with the pocket 8s. We've got a non-believer. To be fair, I guess could have some ace queen, ace jack with a diamond, stuff like that, queen jack with a diamond. Hands that could plausibly bluff this for 3 streaks, but Tony actually with the goods on the river in top pair, top kicker.
30,000 for Fletch. Cash out satellites in London. I think we're froze. Ready? Yeah. Still reading. I'm still reading it. I'm still studying the form for Saturday's Towers treble.
And I'm still in Curry's.
And you're still in Curry's. The cash out satellites for the high roller is on the Monday. The high roller cash out is also on the Sunday as well. There's a main event cash out satellite on Thursday, the 1st of December. Plenty of cash out satellites all the way through.
Better get booked up, Tower.
Yeah, and then the second week, the grand final satellite cash outs as well. There's plenty of satellites running for the main events all the way through the 18 days in London.
Are you going to be travelling down for the first week, going back to Blackpool and then coming back down, or you going to stay?
Yeah, I think so. Unless they decide to give me a bonus and put me up for London for a week, which would be very nice.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that either, Tower.
I won't mind that, but
I'm a northerner now. From London.
Yeah, but no, I think it's back on the Monday and then back on the following Wednesday, 9 days later. It's a long day, long time to be in London with no work, 9 days. Yeah, we are frozen on there. I don't know what the issue is, but PK does fix it for us, Sam. Every now and again, we don't know what it is. Little glitch somewhere. Try and get it fixed. Didn't happen at all on the cash. Not once. On the Wednesday. It started happening late last night. And then all of a sudden today, it's every time we flick it on. It's bizarre. That's what it is. And it's also technology. I've got no idea. Look at that. You've got a full charged laptop.
I know.
Oh my days,
I
man.
know.
You must be right excited.
have to get some anti-catnip on this one. I don't think. Do you know how expensive that stuff is? It's like
Catnip?
ridiculous. Not catnip. The stuff that you spray on like your furniture and stuff, so they don't scratch it and stuff like that.
I'll give you a little tip regarding your laptop.
Yeah.
Put it away.
But what? Okay. Yeah, I could just do that. I like leaving it out. To be fair, I do just like leaving it lying around.
And if you got a cat that likes to chew things, just don't give her the option to chew things. But yeah, you'd think your laptop charger would be safe.
Yeah.
Normally.
Yeah. It was well, what happened was it's a funny story actually. On Sunday, there was obviously like the online series on Sunday, so I went back to the hotel. I said I'm not going to play tonight. I'm going to have online grind. Yeah. I've loaded up a few tables, like decent buy-in tournaments, decent tournaments. Yeah. I'm sitting on my laptop. It's like 10% charge. Please plug your charger in. I plugged my charger in and it's not working. I've seen the cat bites at the bottom. I've then ended up playing WCUKPT, five tabling on my mobile phone, two PLO comps, 3 Oldham comps. I'm like this on my phone.
My
it was
days.
it was a nightmare. It was a nightmare.
Wow.
Yeah, just maxing out the tables on my phone.
So just a couple of minutes after 2:30 is the 25-minute break, so we're back at 3 o'clock for the second session.
And speaking of online, guys, we've got plenty coming up to close out the year for you guys. As always, GUKPT close out on Monday at 7 PM. We're going to have some giveaways for that. We've got our new 50k guarantee bigger weekly. It's a €30 entry for that one, and it's a 50k guarantee. Flights are all day every day until Sunday afternoon. Day 2 kicks off at 8:30 on Sunday the 13th of November. It's only a couple of days to get yourself into that. We are going to be giving away some tickets for that one as well, and I think that's going to be running every week. So if you do win a ticket for that, you can use your ticket any week. We've got the cash game package as always, working for our cash game live stream. If you win the rake race for the week between the 14th and 21st of November, you'll win a £1,500 package for the live stream cash game at the grand final. And this is going to run every single leg as always. You can find all information for the online guys on the client, grosvenorpoker.com. And we've got plenty to give away this weekend for you watching in the chat boxes. Already gave away a couple of tokens yesterday.
We did. Sportsbook is back as well.
Yep.
Looking forward to that. See who's making day 3. $174 sat playing the GUKPT Day 1B. 174. Kevin Frames bust, Neil Graham, Dom Johnson, Andy Gillette, also gone local player. I think Andy will buy back in. Big event like this. So break just after 2:30, around about 20 minutes time. There will be a 25-minute break.
Yeah, I'm going to see a free bet here from Rob, around 1200, 4x, something like that. And just a quick fold from Mick on the button, facing the free bet from the big blind. session for Mick so far though. Nearly 50% stack increase on his starting stack. Seen some moves from him as well. Saw him 4-bet bluff the king queen earlier get it through. Saw him check raise after facing bet with bottom pair and flush draw, get it through. So haven't seen much of Mick the last couple of years, but obviously still amongst it and still can play. How you doing, Eddie? Hi guys, greeting from Denmark.
Denmark?
He's packed his things and he's moved to Denmark.
Okay.
Is that because it's meant to be, what is it, the happiest country in the world? Is that why you went there? I think it's Denmark. It's one of the Scandi countries. I'm pretty sure it's Denmark.
Packed his things and moved to Denmark. So one of John Adley's friends in the casino on Thursday, and Soren was from Denmark. So there we go. You just wake up one morning and think, right, I'm off. Where shall I go?
Yeah.
My niece did that in Australia. I know she was already in Australia with 3 friends, backpacking. And they literally woke up one morning and they said, wherever the warmest place is in Australia, we're going. They woke up, the first weather forecast said Darwin, and they were off. Straight on the flight. $80 internal flight, straight up, and stayed there. I don't know, Evstrati, I don't know how the flags work. Should we use the George Cross for the English players?
Well, we didn't actually have there weren't a Scottish one on the system when we first had the new system, was they? That's like input them or something like that. So I'm not actually sure, but I don't think there's an English one we can use on the system. Might have to get PK on paint or something and draft one up, but
yeah.
One I'm not sure about.
We had an Italian Matt Davenport for a while.
Yeah, we did.
Maybe it's because we already know that the next time they have the independence vote that they'll get it. and then they're separate.
Went to visit a friend a few weeks ago, stay there, fell in love with the country and just thought, you know what, I'm going to move. Found a job, simple as that. Everyone here is so lovely and people here talk English.
Fantastic.
That's lovely. Fair enough, Eddie. Fair enough.
Yeah, brilliant. Edelweiss Orleans. Fantastic. Good on you.
So
are the Danish pastries a little bit different in Denmark than they are in Morrison's? Queens against Jacks. Les Kearney runs into Queens of Tony in seat 5.
Yeah, but Tony just flattened here in the cutoff.
We do have a flop.
So deep here, so maybe a bit wary about Les's 3-bet from the big blind.
The flop comes in a little slow this week.
Yeah, it has.
Yeah. Oh, Les Kearney. Lucky Les is called. He's in my phone as Lucky Les, let me tell you.
1.3k size of choice. And Tony here just got a clear call with position. Like the way Tony's playing this one. Should mention that to Al. No, we can see he's got unlucky, but can't just make decisions on one given hand. Always looking at the broader, wider perspective of the long term in this game, and I do like the way that the Queens have played this one. And now let's check in with his Jack's fault on this 6th turn, just trying to make it look like he has an ace queen, ace king type holding, maybe even 9s in there, 3-betting a cut off open, just something like that. Just trying to get Tony to take the bait with a Jack X type holding, perhaps it might bet turn, but Tony finds a really well timed check behind here with the queens, 8 of clubs on the river. Now is Les going to go for the check raise, or is he just going to come out for value now? And he is going to go for value. Looks like 2k. If it's 2k, we cannot fold this one as Tony. It's just an easy call for us. Yeah. And well played, Tony, here, Tower. Like, one thing is, in poker, in spots like this where you do get collared, losing the minimum is a big thing, and Tony's actually lost bare minimum here. He can't fold this spot, has to call, and he will be calling, I can assure you of that.
Yeah.
But just losing them in, and fair play to Tony.
And then says, I've got a house. Turns over 2 jacks. Lucky Les, affectionately known in my phone for that reason. Well done, Les. Good having him back at the tables. Sharon will be sat on the slots, enjoying herself in the back. Yeah, I think the Danish pastries delivered from home will be long gone by the time you got back to by the time you saw us. But they have to be better, surely. They have to be.
So just under 15 minutes to go, guys, and then we are going to head out on the first 25-minute break of the day. Be returning at 3 p.m. And that is going to be our first giveaway of the day session.
Oi.
We've got 110 closer ticket to give away. We got a €30 bigger weekly ticket to give away, and it's going to be Tower thinks, as he wanted to throw the the Hollywood star question out there yesterday.
Good question. King high flop, king 7-5, 2 spades. Flush draw on the turn. Jack of spades. Stephen with the redo. And the ace of clubs.
Yeah, I think Gary good enough to go for value here, Tower. Obviously, like this ace comes off, it looks bad, but only really worried about ace-x of spades that calls our flop bet. So I think Gary Miller here good enough to go for thin value here. A lot of players will just check this spot back, and because the ace come off, but he has actually checked. Maybe thinking he's not getting called by worse, just targeting the other king x. Guess that's what we go after, the other king x there. Obviously sometimes open ourselves up to getting bluff raised. Maybe just deducting that 7x and 5x are never calling.
Will Meister. Tower thinks the 4th bridge is on the back 9 of St Andrews. It was relevant to my question.
We'll be doing the give. You don't need any tickets, Wendy. You win enough tickets. Give other people a chance. But the giveaway will be after the break. So around 3 o'clock we'll be coming back. We'll probably do it about 3:30.
Yeah. Make sure everybody comes back after the dinner break and the cup of tea break and stuff like that. Went back over a couple of weeks ago up to Aberdour, played the golf course again. Didn't hit the flag this time on the second.
You see the bridge again?
I saw the bridge again. Yeah. I saw the guy painting it. Yeah. There's 3 bridges actually.
Oh, is it? Great. I can't wait for the next Jay Thinks question.
Yeah, there's 3 bridges now.
So there's 3 bridges near Aberdour golf course. What is the population of Mauritius?
It was good. And it didn't rain at Aberdour, it was great.
We're going to be giving away a 110 closer ticket, Will Meister, and a €30 bigger weekly ticket. The bigger weekly, if you have just tuned in, is our new weekly €50,000 guarantee on Grosvenor Poker. Flights run all day, every day until Sunday afternoon. The day 2 is at 8:30 every Sunday, and it's a 50k guarantee for just a €30 buy-in. All details for that can be found on Grosvenor Poker. But we're going to push that one a lot this week, guys, because for €30, chance of winning a decent sum of money, 50,000 guarantee for a €30 buy-in. Great little additive to the online schedule that the guys have added for you guys.
Big C out, local taxi driver, Yusuf Erdem, and Katie Swift just bust. Got to get back in.
Yeah.
179 so far for day 1B.
Katie will be getting back in.
336 total.
You're the please, main event boys. You have 3 minutes on the break. Once again, that's players in the main event.
Deuces.
The deuces never loses. How many day ones left, says Ryan Arrowsmith watching on YouTube. There's this flight, there's tonight's turbo at 9 PM, and you can buy directly into day 2 for 16 big blinds if you fancy tomorrow. So this has late reg all the way through till the end of the day. Turbo starts at 9, and then you can buy into day 2 if you fancy.
Yep.
Just over 2 minutes on your break. Once again, just over 2 minutes remaining on the break. All players, start retaking your seats. Thank you.
Yeah, plenty in today already.
Yeah, 179 so far. 336 total. Ryan's on his way down about 90 minutes. Good timing, because in a couple of hours' time there's a complimentary buffet. Good timing, Ryan.
The Robert Queen Centre Hearts makes it 300 from +1. And Gary's in the small with a Queen 9 of spades, and it's heads up to the A7-8 rainbow board. And this should just be Rob's pot most of the time. Tower, ace high board, really nice candidate to just c-bet, plenty of backdoor possibilities, and Queen 9 spades just out of there. As we move into the final, around 5 minutes left off the first session. It's been a slow one, not really too much has happened.
Does the casino have parking, says Ev Strati? It does, but both car parks will be full. But if you come into the casino itself, you will get a free parking pass for the South Beach car park. So if you want to come in, you have to come in. Don't park up first, because you will get a ticket, because they're pretty sharp around South Beach. But if you come into the casino and you have a car, park up, get a complimentary ticket for as long as you want to stay, stick it on the dashboard and park up at the South Beach car park, which is literally 400 yards to the right of the main entrance.
Poker players are so funny, you know, they just don't care, do they? Tell you go outside,
Park it wherever you want.
There's just a line.
60 quid fine. There's only one blind. Let's just pay it.
It's just a line of cars all with tickets on them. Like,
Yep.
they just do not care, the poker players.
So 5 minutes to go until the end of the sesh.
Here are the players in the main event. Your new level 4 by 100, big line of 2 and yes, 2 right, big line and 1, 2, 2, let's do it.
Wendy Watson drove down the tramway. What, were you in the tram? You've got no job. Don't do that on a Saturday night. Whip an egg. So 4 minutes to go until the end of the session. Steady start. New table will be with us at the start of the next session, which will be about a minute to 3 p.m. when we come back. I've got my paper ready. I have a pen. I'm ready. I'm going to do some swatching up, and I'm going to look through all Google's Ask J questions, and I'm ready. I'm in for it. I'm going to get it close today. Do you even know what it's on?
Not yet.
Oh my
I'll figure
days.
it out when I come back.
Days, man. Oh my days. Just okay. Okay. I'm ready. I am ready. 4-4-6 flop. Leo Worthington Lease has just bust. Chopped the high roller last night, did Leo? Might get one more hand in. Should be the last hand. Might get one more in, you never know. So we'll be back at 3.
Yeah, this will be the last hand.
This will be the last hand.
Oh, look at that one.
Yeah, still studying the Towers treble. That's what I'm doing. Still studying it. Mick played a lot of hands, build his stack up at 27.7. That's the problem with Wendy staying nowhere near home and staying in a hotel for 10 days. We don't get a smoothie.
Yeah, that is the problem.
We don't get a smoothie. What's happening?
We'll have to buy her a nice camper van tower, and then she can travel in that and make her smoothies every day. That would be the ideal situation.
Max and Paddy riding up and down the country.
Yeah, and, 6-5 hearts here. Be surprised if we saw Mick continuing this spot. May fancy it. Obviously going to have good equity versus the 3-bet range. Live cards. He's going to choose to come along.
Everybody departing the room. 25-minute break on its way. New table will be with us after the break. Last flop of the session, 10-7-7.
And a bit of action because we got Mick with flush draw. Just call in here with the 6-5.
Danny Ryan's just turned up. Literally just turned up. Can I see it in seat 7?
I think we can check this one back as Mick. Don't want to get blasted off our equity if we somehow get check raised, although shouldn't really be getting check raised too much on this board, but like the decision to check and just backdoor boat for Mr. Fletcher. So the second time today he's gone perfect 6 to make a full house. Over to Peter, who has checked. Now Mick has to go for value here.
Yeah.
You never know, Peter might call this off here. The thing is, if Mick's got 8s, 9s, even 10x here,
Making about 3.5.
they could definitely value bet this spot.
Oh, try the lot. Snap fold. And that is it. The final hand of the session. Great session. Nice and steady session to start with. We will see you just before 3 PM on a 25-minute break. Catch you then.
I'm padlocks off now. I'm tilting now, I'm tilting. I'm in for 10.
So £40 straight up is on. And Andy once again getting involved. Jack 9.
He's only winning 5.
Raises to 200. Opts for the 5x here in the cut-off. And Vinny with the 6 deuce suited. Along he comes for 195 more. Joe's in with the 10-9 of hearts. And Bobby got an easy one to defend.
I'm padlocks off now. I'm tilting now, I'm tilting. I'm in for 10.
So £40 straight up is on. And Andy once again getting involved. Jack 9.
He's only winning 5.
Raises to 200. Opts for the 5x here in the cut-off. And Vinny with the 6 deuce suited. Along he comes for 195 more. Joe's in with the 10-9 of hearts. And Bobby got an easy one to defend. On the straighter with the King 10. One-way action. And action we have, because we've got a gut shot for Andy. We've got top pair for Joe and Bobby. And this one checks through. 5 of clubs on the turn. So Bobby still with the best of it with the King 10. Andy still sitting with his gut shot. Joe happy to fire now for 300, and Bobby here with the King 10 not going to be going anywhere. Andy calls with the gut shot, and Vinny's just going to call with a 6 deuce as well.
Go on, Vinny.
River.
The Queen of Hearts is the river.
Check. Check.
Changes nothing.
Nothing at all. Changes nothing. So Bobby here, maybe thinking about playing for thin value here, Tower, but I much prefer this from him, checking this one over to Andy, who's just sitting here with Jack Hyatt. What on earth have I just seen? Andy just rips 5.4 into 2 bag, 2.6, 2.7x pot shove.
Bobby says, can I have a count, please?
Wow!
Can I have a count? This is serious.
What a hero call this would be. What's Andy got, Tower? What makes sense? What hands are we going to play in this manner? Flop checks through. Turn we call. And the river comes a queen. And like, what hands do we shove for this amount? Like, we're not shoving 1 pair for this amount. So we're repping 2 pair plus shit. What on earth is this? We're literally repping 2 pair plus, but what 2 pair do we have? Andy's been playing a whole host. I guess Queen 7 suited can be in there. You got 2 combos of that. Queen 7 of clubs, Queen 7 of diamonds. But what else are we meant to have here? What are we repping? A set of 5s, but why are we not raising turn? We're going to bet sets on the flop 4-way. We're going to bet our 10x. Queen 10's probably not going to be in there. This don't make much sense, Tower. I can see Bobby calling this. I can really see him heroing this off. What I've seen from Bobby, he seems to be very solid, good thinking player. And if you really think about this one, what is Andy supposed to have here? He's never doing this with 1 pair. He never opts for this size with a 1 pair hand. It's 2 pair plus. And what hands get to the river in this manner with 2 pair? And then flip it on the other side. He's got bluffs. He's got missed clubs. He's got some random, like, maybe some random gut shots, some up and downs, these type of holdings here. Maybe a hand like 5-6 suited he's turning into a bluff, blocking a straight and 2 pair. But I wouldn't be surprised if Bobby called this off, even though it's for an insane amount and we need to be correct fairly often as Bobby to make this a good call. But what is Andy supposed to have? What's he representing? This is a crazy, crazy move.
Could Andy erase pre with sevens?
Yeah, but he's going to bet flop tower. Once we go four-way, we're not checking sevens with our reputation on that flop ever once we go four-way. So that's out of the question. Threes are out of the question. 10x going to bet. Like Queen 10... Queen 10 may be in there, but I think like heads up, yes, we can incorporate some checks with Queen 10, but in a multi-way situation, when we go four-way, we're just going to be continuing Queen 10 there. So even Queen 10's out of the question. Overpairs are going to continue as well, so Queens aren't going to be in there. So what's he got, Tower? Like, I think the only hand that makes sense is Queen 7 suited, and the way he's been playing, he probably would open Queen 7 suited. You've got Queen 7 of diamonds, Queen 7 of clubs in there. But other than that, I'm really clutching at straws for value hands that Andy's ever going to have in this situation, whereas bluffs he can have. Obviously the clubs, the backdoor clubs are definitely in there that would take this particular line, check flop, then call turn once getting that price, as well as obviously we can see some gut shots. But this is a mad but brave move from Andy, and I think we have to call. I know I can see the cards, but I always try to portray to you guys on stream like about ranges and what's making sense and try and take the whole cards out of question. But Bobby seems like a pretty solid player and a thinking player and very competent, and this just doesn't make any sense. And I'd probably flick it in, and if you've got Queen 7 of clubs or Queen 7 of diamonds, nice hand. But other than that, I'm really clutching at straws for value here, Tower, because there's no need. We're never going to go 2 point over this size. We're never going to choose with a one pair holding. So it's two pair plus we're repping. Only straight out there, 4-6 suited, which is probably going to raise turn after all the action. Build a pot as well, especially with Vinny in there on the turn. We're probably going to raise 6-4 suited. So it's just so thin, and like the hands that we're repping here. And if it gets called, I'd love to see a call from Bobby here. And the way Andy's been playing, we saw him with the 4-3 of diamonds hand, like the way he just spewed off in that 4-bet pot with the 4-3 of diamonds. It's a really gross spot for Bobby, but really in the blender here with this decision. I know I can see the whole cards, but I think we have to call. The way Andy's been playing, the hands that he represents here, and like I can only come up with 2 combos that he plays in this manner, and that's even clutching at straws because he still needs to open the Queen 7 suited, but we've seen him open a lot wider than that so far this cash game, so I guess that's in there. But
will he remember the 4-3 hand and then just work it out and then just eventually call?
I don't know, Tower, because Bobby's been very tight and solid. Like, he's probably going to fold because of the size, but when you... Oh, he's called! He's made the call, and he's going to get the good news. And he's going to show him the jack high. He doesn't even show him it. And Bobby with the King 10. What a hero. Someone go find that man a cape. Wow. Wow, what a pot. A 12.8k pot is that. 12.8k going the way of Bobby, and that's going to make him the big winner in this game. And I said I wouldn't be surprised if he made the call, and that's going to be it for Andy. The coat is on. He's going to be heading out. Could potentially get another player in. We've only got less than an hour left, but what a pot that was for you guys.
Andy just leaving the door.
So we've got new players. Is that Tom Hudson there?
No, Kieran coming in.
Bit of a doppelganger there.
He is a little bit. The online manager, Mr. Tom Hudson.
Deborah's called now, and Richard. Which Richard is it? Do we know which Richard it is? Hearts and Hearts fighting off again. 3 times. A lot of hearts been dealt out, Tal, but not many on the flop. I did well. He hit the straight flushing hearts, didn't he?
Yeah. Kieran Davey comes to our table. Richard Griffiths in C1.
Richard Griffiths. I don't think I know him. Oh, look, what the
10,
hell?
9, 3,
Tower,
all hearts.
3 of them have flopped hearts.
All flopped.
Queen high, king high, ace high.
Wow.
This is going to be carnage. Oh my gosh.
There's nearly every out on the board. The jack of
Have you
hearts
seen
is out
this?
for Richard.
This could be a 3-way all-in, Tower, if it's played fast by any of them. This is absolutely ridiculous. When Kieran gets all this action, he'll have to check his cards back, see if he's bloody actually got the ace of hearts, Tower, and not the ace of diamonds. So Richard's just called. Oh, Richard's called just with a jack, with a king, with a jack.
Yeah. He's got the redraw to the
Heart.
straight flush, he thinks.
Blow me neck. So what's going to happen now? KK's going to squeeze it up. He's just called as well. Now what's Peter going to do?
Yeah, Kieran's got the nuts, so I don't mind. I don't mind.
No,
I don't mind
KK
it.
just flattered with his queen eye flush.
Oh yes,
And now
Kieran's
it's on
got the nuts.
Peter with the king eye flush. He's going to raise here. Here we go. So he's going to raise.
Oh man.
Kieran's going to probably just flat call, or jam it, or just put it in, thinking he's never going to get a fold, which he won't.
Raise to
How the action's
5k
gone.
from Peter.
Kieran's getting a bit. Look at him. He's playing. He's giving it the old Hollywood, isn't he? He's got the stone cold nuts, and he's going. He's like, "Oh, what's going on here? What the blinking hell's going on?"
Does he call?
I think he. I don't know, Tower.
Or is it, does he think he's up against the set?
I just don't think he's. Well,
He's
with
all
it-
in.
Yeah.
He's
and
all in.
now what's KK going to do with his queen eye? He's going to have to go move all in, surely.
Yeah.
There's hands that Kieran could have aces with the ace of hearts here. Yep.
This would be an amazing fold.
And Peter's
No,
going
they're in.
to be absolutely sick.
Peter, what you done?
Peter's absolutely sick.
Peter
but
raised it
he's-
up with
He's going to have to put it
5K.
in. And just hope it's a set against the ace with a heart, I guess, or 6-7 of hearts, for example, or 7-8 of hearts. These are hands that are possible as well in Peter's eyes. Doesn't have to be against the nut flush here. This is just the most brutal setup I've ever seen.
They're
And he's in,
They're in.
and they're both drawing dead, aren't they? Pete,
Wow.
This is just dead. They're both dead.
Wow.
They're just dead.
Look
See you later.
at Debs.
It's just ridiculous. They're dead, aren't they? There's no runners, is there?
No runners. Because the Jack of Hearts has been folded for the Queen.
What a life.
Wow.
This is Kieran's first hand, and what a hand.
He's on 60,000. Sits down, one hand, flops the nuts.
Gets action from the
and
second
trebles
nuts
up.
and the third nuts, and trebles up.
Oh my days.
I wonder if anyone's dreams of Vegas rely on this tournament, Tower. I wonder if
Well,
they
you never know.
to get a top 3 finish, they're going to be jetting off to the desert or not.
Julian raised to 50 with ace 10. Max in C1 with Queen 8. It's rid of the button. Queen 8 suited, small blankets out of the way.
Jan's kind of giving a few
Josh.
tells away that he's folding pre. He's kind of.
I like Josh's demeanour at the table, you know. I do like it. He looks at the players.
Yeah.
Wants to see a flop
Yeah.
with the fives, as you should.
Julian's got too much for Josh to just think about jamming there or anything, so standard defend.
6, 7, Queen. Rainbow.
Probably going to see a check, a small bet and a call, I'd imagine. Terry's still railing someone, so his horse must be still be in somewhere.
And I still don't know what that signs is at all.
I think is it in?
I can't read
I don't
the
think it's in
yellow writing.
English, is it? It's got 2 U's in it somehow.
40,000 bet from Julian with ace 10. So
And I think he's going to
it's
call.
done. See you bet.
I think Josh is going to call with the backdoor straight draw as well with his fives. Some cards can peel off that he can win the pot by bluffing. Jewel for the win, yeah, maybe.
Ah, nice one. I like
I'm
it.
quite impressed how he's playing so far.
Turn is the Jack of Diamonds.
And this is a brilliant card for Julian to bet again. Keep barreling, get all the 6x and 7x to fold now. And you pick up a gut shot for Broadway. Looking at about 150, I think I'd say. 175 would be a good size.
That looks like pot size.
Yeah, don't mind this
That looks
at all.
exactly pot size.
Yep, 230 or something. Yeah, nice bet, nice bet.
225 pot size.
And now Josh is going to have to fold. You just have to fold. It might be a bit suspicious, but you just got to fold. And nice play from Julie again. I have been impressed how he's played this hand and the 3-bet. 8 seconds. The shot clock's up there. You can see now.
30 seconds to get to act.
Wow.
Oi, oi.
Maybe he's spotted a tell on Julian, because theory-wise, this is just an easy fold, and it's really tricky to play for these fives now.
Well, it bricks again.
And now he's just got to put it in for sure. Like King 10, he's got a 10 blocker, and King 10's got there now. He's just got to attack this range. I think it's easier saying that knowing the hands, but
yeah,
I think he's just got to put it in. I hope he jams. Mind you, maybe Julian's thinking to himself, well, he must have a queen if he's called me twice, 2 streets. Go on, Julian.
The triangle is in. No, Josh.
Josh don't believe him, you know. I think he's picked something up, you know.
Josh Mahmood has impressed a lot of players in this high roller. What's he thinking, Trick?
There's no way he's doing anything theoretically here. He thinks he's picked up a tell on Julian, I think, because the turn bet should be a snap fold. You just can't continue with fives there because he just crushed so often, and there's cards on the river you can't call, kind of like this one. But yet he's thinking to himself. So I think maybe it's how Julian sat with his fist against his thing.
Yeah. Maybe
he's picked up on that and he thinks that's a tell of weakness. Or maybe something he's said or anything. He looks a bit shaky there with his chips.
Well, he's asked for a count.
I mean, this is just...
He is a non-believer.
I mean, you just... What if his bluff hands are ace queen, ace king, ace 10?
Yeah.
And you basically pretty much crushed against anything else. Obviously, like... I can't see many bluffs, to be fair, apart from ace king. He knows he's not got anything like ace jack. He knows he's not got a jack. He's polarised to a queen or better here, and a good queen at that. But still, he raised under the gun 1. His range is strong enough. Julian's like this is just Josh must have picked something up on him. It makes sense. He called like a pot bet on the turn with fives when it's just a snap fold for everyone who's not got a live read. I can only assume that Julian said something or done something in this hand that he's picked up as very weak. And as you were saying before, he is very studious at the table. He does look and...
Oh, he's made the call!
Called.
That is incredible!
Wow, that is ridiculous.
Wow!
They are the things in poker...
Look at the table!
They're the things in poker that...
Look at the table, they can't believe it!
They were the...
Even Steve would have passed.
What a table! Look at Mike C. Cannon, look at that!
They're the sort of intangible things that sometimes as a live player you can't explain, but you just know. And he just knew he was weak for whatever reason.
That is the call of the tournament, and Max cannot believe it.
I mean, I feel sorry for Julian because he played the hand perfectly, in my opinion, and so did Josh, but in a different way. Julian played it perfect from the textbook and from game theory optimal way, but that's the thing in live poker. Sometimes someone does something and you know they're weak for whatever reason. You've just got to go with your read.
Is that the call of a champion?
He deserves to win it now.
Wow.
That's the thing, Tao. You can be as theoretical as you want, but if you give something away and someone like Josh has been paying so much attention, hasn't he? He's not been looking at his phone. He's not been up and about off his bum. He's been sat down studying every player. So
Jules for the win.
Happens.
Unfortunately, it didn't happen. The biggest hand of the tournament was calling with fives. That was unbelievable. Like, what was the thought process going through that? That basically give you the chips with the momentum and winning the trophy. That fives hand was insane, though.
Yeah, I guess I just got lucky. But,
well, did you get a tell? Did you think you'd only got ace high? There's only 2 possible hands. We thought he got ace king, ace 10. Everything else, there were no more bluffs there, was there?
So I think there are 2 reasons why I called, and although like on the river I thought that the only hand that he's going to jam on the river that made sense was King 10, because that's a hand that would definitely see bet flop for small, and then over bet turn to like get max fold equity, and then when he makes a straight on the river, which it makes sense, then he would go all in. But yeah, I just thought because of the SPR, if he had like a bunch of other value hands, like he didn't have to bet over the pot on the turn in order to get the money in on the river. Like why would he want to bet such a big bet and then like have a 60% river jam? Like instead, like he can just easily just bet like under pot on the turn and then bet under pot on the river, and that's like way more likely to get called. I mean, it's not like
it was a call, and we were just sat there and we're like, how's he made that call? It was amazing. Honestly, it was just.
We thought he might call because it was a turn call, because usually it's just check fold.
Sometimes like I know.
If you was there before. Once again, players in the main event, you have just over 2 minutes on your break. Once again, just over 2 minutes remaining on the break. All players, start retaking your seat. Thank you.
Glasses on, mate. Dealers and players in the main event, you'll be level 4 back 100, big line of 200 and 200 big line of 1, 2, 2.
Did he push that one time? Yeah, I didn't see it.
Welcome back, everybody. We are back. Oh, still chewing on a sweet. Still chewing on sweets. There we go. Nope. I've disappeared. Tea day. It's a good tea day. Dry room. It is what it is. Welcome along to GUKPT. Day 1B. Looking good. 194 so far. 194 into day 1B. B. Jay just going to get himself a cuppa because I didn't know where he was, so I didn't bring him one. So there we go. It's already froze, by the way. Well, it was froze live. No, never done that before. So we're back with a new table. The Macca Pack is in the building. Ed Swales in seat number 1. We've got Gary Whitehead in seat number 2.
Okay, I see. At the table.
Yes, re-entry. Re-entry for Katie. Hello for the Gold Coast in Australia, says Just Jared. One of the nicest places on earth. The Gold Coast. They have a lot of poker in the Gold Coast as well.
Yeah, look at this tower. First hand, well, action killer on the river, potentially 4-line into a straight now, so Swanee may not do as many chips as possible, but this could have been a much bigger pot here.
Paul Woods in seat number 3.
Yeah, how's Paul check this back on the turn tower? Half the bet, 3-way here. Tried to get trappy and potentially left a lot of value on the table here. I'm just looking at the hand. Half the bet this one as Paul, when checked to us on the turn, cannot be checking it behind when we go 3-way. There's plenty out there we can get value from, and then times like this, when an action killer does roll off on the river, less likely to get paid maybe. Although Swanee going to show the set, and Swanee will be happy that he's lost minimum there. Pot could have been much bigger. That nice one going Paul's way.
I've heard the Gold Coast might be the next venue for the Aussie Millions. I've heard. And it might have to be on the bucket list. Aussie Millions, Gold Coast, Australia. Boom. Bingo, bango, bongo. Yeah, it's an option apparently. It is an option. Ed Swales is definitely not Scottish. I think the problem is that when Dave puts the there you go, he's already got the England flag now. Maybe it's just the first hand sat down that he changes all the flags. We know Swanee's Scottish. Or Swanee no flag. Fadil Isufi in seat number 8. So what we're doing in Gold Coast, Australia, Just Jared? Are you a born Aussie? Did you move over there, or are you just on holiday?
A lovely looking pot for Chris here. After 3-betting the King 10 of hearts from the big versus the button open, knowing Swanee's going to open fairly wide once folded to him. So mixing in a suited Broadway into the 3-bet range versus button open. Nice sizing choice as well. Continues for 1.5k, and this is, I expect to be losing Swanee, but he's going to get floaty here. Maybe an ill-timed float if Chris does slow down on the turn and check it over, because he's not going to be folding.
Bets.
Yeah, look, Chris just goes for the second street here, targeting 7s, 8s, 9s, some worse 10x. 10x suited would definitely pill after opening the button. Maybe even like a 6-7 suited in there as well. And maybe making the assumption that Swanee's going to 4-bet Jacks plus. And there is the fold from Swanee. Great start from Chris Johnson, up to 43k. Must have been a nice first session for him.
Oh, really? Tim Buckley says, did you get a charger?
Yes, I did, Tim. I did drop you a message, whether you received it or not.
And Steve Key Good afternoon, guys. Back home in Scotland now. Great event early in the week in Blackpool, and I won't forget the Mark Kelly's experience anytime soon. We'll do it again next year, Steve.
Some night, just poker players everywhere. Invasion and Mark Ellis.
Yes, it was. About 25 of us. Has Val gone back as well? Not seen Val for the last couple of days. I know she played quite a few of the events earlier in the week.
Anthony with the ace jack, big sizing choice here, makes it 3.5x. I do like the decision for him not to jam, no way too many bigs. Some players talk themselves into shoving just because of their stack size, not their stack in terms of big blinds. He's got a quarter starting, but still plenty to play with. Could definitely open smaller though here as Anthony, just make it 5, but have got action from Chris in the small. Oh,
King 7-4.
Yeah, they're going to love to see that as Chris, not just in terms of bottom set, but it's a board that should connect with Anthony's range as well. 7 of diamonds on the turn. And after Anthony checks back, I might go for another check here as Chris, and yeah, I like this a lot. Like once his 7 pairs, even like his ace highs like he has in this situation, may bet once, delayed c-bet. And there's a call from Chris, river card.
10 of hearts.
Yeah, it's just going to be check, check now. I think the ace jack's going to probably take the showdown. Or is Chris going to go for the lead all in?
Shows him the votes.
He went the one size that he could probably get paid with in that hand. Literally, probably the only size that the ace jack would have paid. So fair play to Chris Johnson finding the bet size in that he's going to get him paid on the river. It's only 2 bigs, but then little 2 bigs out added to the stack.
Afternoon, Ian. Ian Roberts, how is Blackpool? Blackpool is mad. It is Northern Soul World Championships in the Winter Gardens this week. It'll be mobbed in town
this weekend.
One of the best weekends of the entire year, if you like a bit of Northern Soul. It's amazing.
What do they? Where's the Winter Gardens? Is that on the sea?
More or less straight across from North Pier.
Okay.
In between North Pier and Central, but more toward between the Tower and North Pier. Fabulous. Absolutely brilliant. Northern Soul weekend. It'll be chock-a-block in town this week. The Soul Suite will be buzzing. Open all weekend. The Little Black Pug and the Winter Gardens. If you like Northern Soul, Blackpool is the place to be this weekend.
So Chris with 3s here. It won't be cold calling Tower on the button. And there is the fold for Dill mixing in the 3-bet with the Jack 10 here. Offsuit variety, and Jamie going to be calling with the ace 4 suited.
Ace 9-4 flop, 2 diamonds.
Yeah, this is great news for Jamie. Like it's a board for Dill, is just always going to be c-betting on here with his particular hand. Just going to have so many bets on this board as the 3-better ace high. Going to have the strongest ace-x here, and we've got some nice backdoors here as for Dill as well. Don't need to go too big, could go like 700-800 here between quarter and third. It does go for the bigger bet, just south of half, and Jamie just wants to be calling here. Good to see.
King of Hearts on the turn.
Well, could be lining up a second barrel here on this turn card Tower. The King of Hearts, I'd really like to see it from Fadil. We can see it's not going to work, but I think if I'm Fadil here, I'm probably going to be going bet, bet, bet on a lot of runouts. The way this hand's played here, 3-bet pot, ace, king, 9-4 board, 2 flush draws here. And there is the second barrel from Fadil. Really like this tower. Maybe the size on the flop, we can go smaller, but just recognising this King of Hearts turn is the turn that we do want to get a double barreling on, and Jamie going to lose his customer, just chooses to shove. Fadil knew exactly what he was doing, but just because we can see there he's barreling into two pair doesn't necessarily mean it's a mistake, guys. I think that's going to be a very profitable double barrel for Fadil over the long run, just in terms of recognising range and how our range fares against our opponents as the free better. And more often than not, that double barrel is probably going to work versus most of the range of hands that the man in seat 5 can have.
So lands 1-2 with a 2. Level number 3 of the day. Deal with the Jack 7 in the hijack.
And Chris just with a king blocker here, maybe knowing that Fadil is a competent player and can be opening fairly wide, choosing to 3-bet here with the king 5, and Fadil snap 4-bets the Jack 7 suited, no immediate blocker, makes it 4.2. Like the sizing choice though for his 4-bet, and surely this is where we're going to see Chris get out the way. Chris has really good senses. It's spots like this, like if he finds a 5-bet, it would be outrageous. But there's the fold, and Fadil just getting that one done with the Jack 7 suited.
Could be a good watch. Could be a good watch. London's on the way. That still eating me sweets. London's on the way, Wednesday the 30th of November. We will be down on the Wednesday setting up, and then we got the cash. It'll be either PLO or it'll be no limit. One of the two Wednesdays will be either one. We'll work that out between us. PK will get the list interest over the next couple of weeks. Thursday we'll be concentrating on the main event, which is a 12.50. Day 1A, B, Day 2 and Day 3. There's also a GUKPT Cup in London as well. And then the second week we will be there. We'll show you after this hand.
Ace-2 diamonds for Jamie. Opening from under the gun and calling 2 spots. Gary on the button and Anthony in the big blind defending the King 3 suited.
Ten, 6, 3. 2 hearts.
And one Jamie could definitely check here, 3-way tower versus button and big blind from under the gun. Just because we're the opener doesn't mean we need to c-bet every board. It's about understanding what boards the good boards to c-bet and which ones are the ones we want to be checking. I think with our particular hand here, ace deuce of diamonds is just going to be a clear check, nothing going on for us 3-way. However, does elect to c-bet, and Gary calling here on the button. But good to see Jamie slowing down on this Queen of Hearts turn.
Second week in London. Back down is this one. Oh, it's Tower Thinks so. Oh my days. I've been in the books. I've been looking at me, checking at me, sorting it out. I got my pen. 10 minutes. We're back on the Wednesday the 14th for the... are we doing the PLO on the Wednesday, Paul?
We're doing...
Or the grand final?
I think
on day one here.
It's a cash game
on the
stream.
second week.
Cash game streams on Wednesday.
All right, of course.
And then on Thursday we'll do the high roller 4, 5, 6 PLO.
Oh, which one? Oh, what a face that is. Oh, what's that there? Ooh. All right, okay. So Wednesday's the cash. Thursday is the PLO.
Yep.
Friday, day one be the grand final. Day 2 and day 3.
There we go. Little refresh of the hand. Macapac not in the hand, Gary not in the hand. It is Ed, Paul and Katie.
We got 2 of them in here this time. Oh, what's on telly? You can't be watching Tenable. How are we doing, Tower and J? I've got Saturday into the king on the pitch on the DK 200 player tournament last day of the football season. 500k guarantee. Everyone logged up 600 winner gets 100k. Okay, king of the pitch. Where's that? Nice one, Ash.
Good luck.
We're doing well. Thank you very much. Blackpool has been phenomenal. The numbers have been amazing. I know 973 was an amazing number for the mini, but the actual number that did amaze me was the 500 uniques in the mini.
I didn't know that.
500 unique players in a side event.
Wow. Speaking of wow, look what we got here. We got Ed raising to 5.5 and Katie with ace queen here. And I think Katie just needs to be flat in here, Tower. Like, we want to keep some bluffs in of Ed, and the thing is here, like, Ed can have deuces and he can have nines, and we're going to get the rest of the money against hands like ace 9 suited and ace deuce suited as well, although ace deuce suited only one combo left, ace deuce of hearts. So like a lot of the time here, Ed's value range is only going to be nines, ace 9 suited, maybe ace queen as well. Ace queen as well could work. Like, Ed could definitely have ace queen, but then he could have some bluffs in here, maybe some jack 10, king jack spades, this type of stuff. And Katie like to just see a flat from her here, but she is just going to move all in. Yeah. And now Ed will have the opportunity to get out of the way if he does happen to have a bluff here. If he's just gone with it like a jack 10 with no spades, or even king jack, king 10 with spades, something like that would probably have to... it's pretty close. One card to come. Depends what combo draw he's got. If he's just got a spade draw, he's probably got to fold. If he's got something like jack 10 of spades, he has to call. He could just have a random king jack, jack 10, no spades, something like that. So Ed obviously doesn't have deuces, nines or ace queen, otherwise he would have put it in.
It's out of the way.
Yeah, so
Katie up to 30,000. The DraftKings Daily Fantasy Sport. I picked a couple of NFL bets on DraftKings over the weekend. I doubled my money. I went from $5 to $10. I felt like a winner.
10 minutes till the giveaway, and I've still actually not got a question. We've still got, we said half past, we've got 10 minutes until the giveaway starts, guys.
Have you seen Ash's?
Yep.
Ash on YouTube. Jane Tower, I got a golf question. when I passed on the way, I saw a number wrote on the wall. What number was it? So Chris has got chips, so just loosening up here. Opens the Queen 7 of hearts. And to be honest with you, like Chris, I think can be pretty loose tower, because I don't think Gary, Paul or Anthony are going to be free betting him light. I think they're just going to be free betting the top of their range versus him. So Chris probably aware of that, and these three on his left just making the assumption that they're not going to be free betting as much as they should be, so he can get away with opening a bit wider. Obviously Ed's there. I think if Ed sees what's going on, I know he hasn't got the chips really to fight back at the moment, but could definitely start putting in some light free bets versus Macapax opens. A little bit of action. Gary up and down. Backdoor spade draw. We got Jamie with top pair. Gary going to take the initiative here once the original opener checks and fires for 1.1. Easy call for Jamie with a king jack here, and that should be the end of the hand for both Swanee and Chris. Six of hearts turn.
Yes, now Gary wants to be thinking about range hands. Jamie can have here Jack X, 10X. Probably make up most of his range here. Can still have King Queen himself, hands like 9-8, Queen 9 suited. Gary gonna fire again, and don't mind this at all from Gary. We got two overcards, still gonna have good equity against the one pair holdings. As well as that, we talk about the removal a lot, slight removal to King Jack and Queen Jack. These hands less likely because we are holding a King and a Queen. It does go for the second street as a bluff. But Jamie can't go anywhere just yet with his top pair, and that's a nice clean river for Jamie here. There's 4 of diamonds robbing it off. And now Gary, is he going to find the third barrel? And it would have to be a big one to get Jamie off of this hand tower on this board, on this run out. And like you see it a lot, I see in live poker. I was talking to, I can't remember, someone about this last night. You see a lot of players usually happy to fire the 2 streets, but not enough go for the third barrel on the river. They usually shut down, but Gary is going for the third barrel. Credit to him for trying it. Shows the King Queen, and Jamie with the King Jack going to take that pot. Don't mind it at all there from Gary. I'd probably say maybe larger on the river. but I think that's pretty clean 3-barrel bluff there with the king queen of spades specifically. As we say, decent equity to get there and nice removal to some of the stronger jack X, so can put some 10x or weaker jack X in a really gross spot on the river, but Jamie just not folding that one with his top pair.
Jamie Mark from Birmingham, good to see him playing. Tower thinks is how many minutes after we squeak past Iran 1-0 will it be before someone says it's coming home? Instantly. Is that our first game, is it, Iran? Is it? Oh, I have no idea. I wouldn't even know. I couldn't tell you the first fixture, never mind.
9 days, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it's unbelievable. I didn't realise there was football this weekend. Right, build up to the World Cup. Everybody's going to get injured over the weekend. So Tower thinks on its way for £110 closer token and a €30 50,000 guarantee token. Nine, 10, 7 flop. Up and down for Jamie Bott. Pull second pair and also a redraw. Back a pack in seat number 9, Chris Johnson.
Yeah, Chris can still have some overpairs here, Tower. Chris good enough to be aware that we want to be checking our overpairs freeway on this board versus cut-off and button specifically. It's just board that they're going to have a lot better advantage on, more 2 pairs, more straights. So Jamie turning top pair now on this queen. Fires from 1.8. Really small sizing choice here from Jamie. And Chris with the call, and now Paul. It's going to come along surely with an up and down and a pair himself. I think Macca could definitely have kings or kings or aces here, Tower. Don't rule it out. Maybe jacks.
Well, the jacks would be interesting because the straights go there.
Not anymore. He could also have like some checked
ace. He's got ace king,
ace x of spades, stuff like that. He can't have ace king. Ace king folds flop unless it's ace king of spades specifically. So, yeah. I think Chris here could definitely have like an ace x of spades type hand. Like this is a board, like I say, he's just going to check range almost always. But aces, kings, maybe some 10x that check as well. Playing hands like ace 10, king 10. But Jamie now with a straight, but is losing to any king, and he is going to go for value here. It looks really small, and Chris Johnson's usually a sucker for one of these, Tower. He might put in a raise here, whatever his hand is, knowing that he's got ace king and his opponent doesn't. Like, he's the only one that can have ace king in this spot, although it's only ace king of spades, but does eventually fold. I'm guessing Chris had a ace x of spades type hand, something like that, maybe ace 10. But Jamie gets the value with the queen 8 from the jack 9 pull. And we're going to have one more hand, and then I've got a question for the Tower. He's got a pen, he's got some paper,
and there's nothing inside. What's he on? Come on.
Well, it's on.
Be truthful. We've done the fourth bridge.
Blackpool, kind of, I guess. Seasides, seafronts,
weather.
Yeah.
How many times has Jay wore shorts when it's less than 20 degrees?
To be honest, I wear shorts quite a lot, Tower, even in cold weather, but Blackpool's just a different beast, isn't it? It's walking into that wind the other night.
It's a different kind of wind.
Done the old slipstream the other night, walking into the wind, walking in front of someone, getting behind and not having it hit you in the face.
It was about 40 miles an hour Thursday night. It was incredible. Wednesday night. It was incredible. Swanee with the ace king. The suited. Big slip.
Yeah, nice sizing choice from Swanee. After an opener call, just north of 4x. Will be the end of the hand. So guys, it's half past.
It's half past. Are we going to be on or not?
It's giveaway time.
No.
Oh, we're not on. I might have to go and get PK.
Go and
I
get
might
him.
have to delay the giveaway for 5 minutes.
Phew. I'm doing my swatching up right now. Hi Sophie. Hope you're well.
Chicken belted, Chris.
Is it?
He's got it, has he? Ash says, Tower, you don't know the question, but yeah, you're going to research everything in 5 minutes. Come in. It's all up there. It's all up there. Oh, it's frozen again, Paul. 50 years of watching shizzle on telly. That's what it is, I'll tell you.
Oh, we're back.
Yeah. Sophie's been watching on YouTube all week. Good on you, Sophie. Good to have you involved.
And this should be bet fold, so
Go on then.
going to be the end of the hand, guys. Quick rundown of the rules. If you're new to Tower Thinks, all it is, I'm going to ask Tower a question. Tower is going to write down what he thinks the answer is on that piece of paper. You're looking for Tower's answer, not the correct answer. Closest to Tower's answer is going to win themselves £110 closer seat. Second closest is going to win themselves a €30 bigger weekly seat. No double guesses, otherwise neither guess will count. And Tower, you ready? I just thought it was nice and easy. It's not really too complicated because we're in Blackpool,
Yeah.
seaside town.
Yeah.
It's obviously a beach here. What I'd like to know is
Yeah.
how many beaches are there in the UK? How many beaches are there in the UK?
You're just twisting things.
I'm
now.
not, I'm
You've
not.
still got the needle about the fourth big
No.
golf question. You have.
Right, I've got 10 seconds
Okay.
yesterday, so I won't have none of this minute thinking and then write your answer down.
How many beaches in the UK? I have no idea. Absolutely no idea.
The comms cam's gone, but
Oh.
it's a good
It's
pose.
a good image. How many beaches are in the UK? Let's go for.
Right, his answer is in, guys. Get your guesses in the chat box. We will give you until 22 quarter two. We'll give the correct answer at 22, and at quarter two we will let you know who has won the closer ticket and the €30 bigger weekly ticket.
Go, go, go. I have no idea. So is Scarborough North Bay and Scarborough South Bay classed as two beaches?
Maybe.
It will be. Or is it just one all the way around the country? I have no idea. So, it's not the correct answer. You can Google away if you want to find the correct answer. I would have no idea. But it is exactly what I think and not what the correct answer is. I think the answer should just be one, because we're an island, so it's just one beach.
Different
But
beaches have
obviously
different names.
They have different names, yeah, exactly. There we go. I think the best beach I've ever been to was Fistral Beach in Newquay.
I tell you what, if you ever get a chance, there's like it's sort of like a secret beach. It's not because people know about it, but you have to go down like a really long like country road. In Cornwall, there's a beach called Crantock, and it's like you're abroad. Honestly,
Really?
Like, it's like really nice. If anyone's ever been there or is ever going down Cornwall way, Crantock is a very nice place.
Oh. So there you go. How many beaches does Tower thinks there are in the country? Okay. Get your guesses in.
Plenty coming
£110 token and a £30 for the second closest. Is that the real Jeremy Vine?
I doubt it.
Because his Twitter handle is the real Jeremy Vine as well. So get your guesses in, and we'll do another one after the dinner break, probably after the session number 3, maybe into the final session tonight, for all those late watchers that don't get the chance because they're working on a Friday afternoon. Max Ali says he's just googled the correct answer. If Tower gets that, his treble's in. Oh dear. And that's the best thing about this quiz, is that nobody can Google the answer. Ash says, I always looked at this because I give Tower too much credit for having a clue. What you got to realise, Ash, is start thinking the other way.
So in 3 minutes, guys, we'll give the correct answer, and then we will reveal our winner at 1:45. How many beaches are there in the UK? How many do you think Tower thinks? And what I will say, it's actually quite quiet in the chat box. We've not had too many guesses, so
you have a chance of winning.
Decent chance. One closer ticket, one €30 bigger weekly ticket.
We was all at one time.
We've been watching on the Gold Coast in Australia as well. How many beaches are out there?
I was on the table that was right by the cash.
I wish I was Einstein smart, Ash. I really do.
We've got 3 deuce Jamie. Will we get out of the way? Folded round to Fidel. Is going to choose to open here with the Jack 9 of diamonds, and Chris with the 10s here and the hijack. Insta 3-bet. Wonder if the information's been fed through. It was about half hour ago, early on in the session, when Fidel did 4-bet the Jack 7 of spades versus Chris. Jack 9 of diamonds here. Definitely see him coming along, suiting one gap up. Queen 6, 2 club board here, nothing going on for Fidel. Board that expect Chris to probably bet small a lot of the time. But he's going to mix in a check here. 8 of clubs on the turns. Does actually bring in gut shot now for Fidel. Chris with flush draw to go with his pair of 10s.
Keep the guesses coming in. Couple of minutes, we'll give away the correct answer. I bet I'm miles out as well. I bet I am. I'm not giving anything away, but I guess I'm miles. I bet I'm miles out. 6 of diamonds on the river. Pairs up twice. The 10 still in front for Chris in seat number 9.
Yeah, and Fadil went for the big bet on the turn. We're going to go for a pot size on the river, and really tricky spot here for Chris with the pocket 10s. Nice to have the 10 of clubs removal to some flushes here. Like Fadil could still definitely go for value with flushes here. Can't just instantly give Chris credit for a queen. Really difficult spot here, guys, for Chris. It's not easy. You got Fadil earlier 4-betting the Jack 7 suited, and that's maybe in Chris's head here. There's a bit of dynamic between the two players. He can have Queen X here. He's going to peel Queen 10 suited, probably through to King Queen suited. Ace Queen going to be in there. It's a hard spot, Tower. He's got plenty of Queen X in there in this range. Chris is sort of hard to have a queen maybe once he checks back flop. That's the problem Chris has got. It's one of those situations where it doesn't look like he's ever going to have a boat there, Chris, so maybe Fadil might be over bluffing that spot, but fair play to him going for it there with just the Jack high and gets the job done. So
they're going to be battling a long time, these two. Looking forward to it. So
right, guys, I got £140 to give away. Who wants it?
No, well, just tell us. We've got another 4 minutes yet. But what's the correct answer?
The correct answer is around 1,500, they say. They haven't got an exact figure, but they say there's around 1,500 beaches in the UK. So that is the actual answer, around 1,500. We've got Tower's answer down here. At 1:45, we will give it out to you guys, and we will reveal the winner.
Okay.
And the runner-up.
I'm glad I froze because I can't give it away with my facial expression.
So you can still get your guesses
still get in. But yeah, what was it?
1,500 beaches in the UK. But that doesn't matter. That's irrelevant. It's all about what this man thinks. 110 close the ticket, £30 token for
4 minutes and count.
€30 bigger weekly. And if you haven't guessed yet, guys, you can still get a guess in the chat box.
1,500 beaches. It should just be one. All the way around the country is one beach. Wowzers. Wowzers, wowzers. 1,500 beaches. That's amazing.
Should have asked you that one. How many miles of beaches are there in the UK? 7,723 miles of beaches.
7,000? Is that all the circumference?
Yeah, it's got to be, hasn't it?
I'd have got that.
You would have got that one.
I'd have got that. Get your guesses in. After the next hand, we will be giving away £110 and a £30 token. So 2 tokens to give away. We're probably on the same level, Hanscom. We're probably on the same level.
Yeah, ask him how many bridges are in the UK. We'd have got it within 5.
There's 3 at the 4th bridge. Where's the 4th bridge?
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. How could there be 3 at the 4th bridge? Where's the other? Well, you're missing one.
Because it's the Firth of 4th. And now there's 3. Oh, see how they got it. One of the greatest tunes ever made. Max Alley. Great shout. On Echo Beach. When the sun goes down. One of the best songs ever.
Okay, in a big blind. Out the way.
Right, we're doing the answer?
Yeah.
Last 10 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. Are we on?
No, we're not. Oh, look at that. Swig of water.
Swig of water. We'll get PK back on the action. We need him. We need him. We need him. We need him. So you got another minute or so.
I'll go get him.
Go get him. Tell him we need him, and we need a camera fix over this week. We don't know what's happening. We do apologise that it keeps freezing, but Echo Beach, one of the finest tunes. Martha and the Muffins. What a tune that is. I'm not singing it though. I refuse. So as soon as PK comes back, we'll get the camera on and we'll get the answer. And Sunday we'll be playing the closer on the Monday. Don't forget it's a 2-day event. So we'll be playing the Monday, Tuesday.
And then just don't use it till we get out. What the chances are we?
Are we on? Let's see if we're on. No, here he comes.
I'm in.
He's in. Yes, he's here. We better do it quick.
Right,
All these
quick
cameras
before we're
working.
free. So, not much happening here. 20 with Jack free.
5
This
seconds.
hand is
5,
done.
4. Last guess is 990. That's a good guess. It's wrong, but it's a good guess.
So, Tower.
Yes.
What did you go for before we freeze? There we go, we froze.
The comp is now closed. Last guess was 990. I had no idea. I thought the beaches were a little bit bigger than what they were obviously are.
Yeah.
Because I had no idea there was that many of 1,500, which I thought was far too many. So the answer I went for, after thinking, 1, 2, 3, 4. I did a little squiggle all the way around, and I came up with 366.
366 is the guess from
I
Tower.
have no idea. Apologies to everybody, but somebody's going to be really loving me because they're going to be in the closer.
And
Who is it?
someone was 8 out, Tower, and someone was 9 out. The person that was 9 out,
Yep.
in second for 375 was Wagwan Flame.
Nice one, Wagwan.
On Twitch, and the winner, who was 8 out, was Les Fenton on Facebook. I
Goliath
believe.
winner.
Goliath winner
Goliath
gets himself
champion.
a £110 closer seat. So Les is getting the £110 token, and Wagwan Flame is getting the €30 bigger weekly token. So
Apologies, everybody. If you were
Wagwan.
guessing close to the actual answer, apologies. But good luck in the closer and the £30 50 guarantee.
So Wagwan and Les, can you please drop your alias in the chat for us, and we'll get that ticket to your account on Monday.
And we'll do another one round about 10 p.m. Oh, 366, I thought that was a lot. I nearly went into the 200s.
To be honest, when I was looking for a question, I was thinking something to do with beaches, and I googled it. I thought, well, that's more than I thought it would be. So
yeah,
I would have gone around the same. I think, Tower. To be fair, you wouldn't think there's that many beaches, would you?
1,500 beaches around the UK.
Because you just think about seaside towns, and then how many there are, and
I would just class from St Anne's all the way up to Blackpool North. I would just say that's one beach, but I bet it's not.
No, I bet it's not. Yeah,
I bet it's not. So there we go. A token given away. We need some names so we can input it into your account on Monday. Well done, everybody. Oh, I know, Sophie. I saw. Very close. 321.
So we're all in and a call here, shoving for 11 big blinds with the King Queen, pretty
Any paint
standard.
around?
Called by sevens.
Any paint needed? Still. Any Jack, any Queen, any King. Oh, and gets there on the river.
So it does receive the double, and Anthony back to just sub 5k. Doubles up through Jamie, only a small one to take for Jamie.
Over the 200 mark for today, 213 for today, making 369 in total so far. We're on level 3. You can lay it ready until the end of level 10. Yeah, I was way out, Mick the Mod. I just can't envisage how small a beach would be, would it, to be named as a beach.
So suited for Katie, getting a call from the hijack after Jamie opening. Not going anywhere in the big blind with the Jack 10 of clubs. And it's three-way action. Deuce 4 deuce. 2 diamonds. It's a nice looking flop here for Katie, flopping nut flush draw. So just going to be calling here. Face for this 700 bet from Jamie. Like one we don't really need to raise here. Jamie's still going to have the overpairs in his range, and just better to just flat with position. Can still have the best hand as well, or just ping the flush on the turn.
Just pings it. Ping-a-ding-a.
Cheers, Les. I will get you on the spreadsheet, and that ticket will be in your account on Monday.
Beautiful. Nice one, Les. Well done.
And just waiting on Wagwan Flame on Twitch.
2 for 50.
There we go.
Straight in.
Right on cue.
Perfect timing. Right, the Katie needs to bet. That's 7. Oh, 2.5. Apologies.
So 6 minutes left of this level. They're going to take us into level 4 of the day, the level before we head out on the hour dinner. Katie with the 7s raises to 500 and Swanee 3 bet into 1.8k here. And Katie should be calling here with her pair, and does.
Three, 4, 10. 2 clubs.
Yeah, so just going to be check calling this flop as Katie. Don't know what Swanee's got, so going to play this hand from her perspective. Still ahead of that linear range of high cards that Swanee will free bet, like some ace jack, ace queen, king queen, ace king. Still ahead of these type holdings, only one over card to our 7, so we have an easy check call here as Katie. 5 of spades on the turn. So now picking up gut shot to go with our pair here, and if met with a second street, we're not loving life as Katie. Dependent on size is probably the defining factor whether we're going to be continuing or not here, and let's see what Swanee goes for. And if this is a big bet here, Tower, I'm probably going to be less inclined to continue, especially versus Swanee.
2.5, 2.5, 5 green chips.
But 2.5 here, getting nearly 4 to 1 on a call. If I'm Katie, I'm going to be calling once more, although this does look like a small bet that Swanee's maybe trying to get a free showdown and check back river, assuming Katie's playing in float. But I do like the decision. like how Katie's playing this one, Jack of Spades on the end. I think some of the time we will just be shown 8s or 9s, it's going to go check, check, and we'll get shown like 8s, 9s, maybe a 10, something like that. I just think Swanee's going to choose a bigger size in with his Queens, Kings, Aces, Jacks on the turn. But now, going for the third street, just over 40% pot here on this Jack of Spades river. And Katie with the 7s here. We do beat some, obviously some Ace King, Ace Queen. Going to be the main bluff candidates in there for Swanee. And then for value, Swanee can definitely have some Aces, Kings, Queens. He could have some River Jack X of clubs like King Jack, Queen Jack, Ace Jack of clubs. That's River top pair. Looks like Katie is thinking about paying this one off. Personally, Tower, I think I fold this spot. I just think Swanee, just this size here, I think if he's bluffing, he might just go with the all-in sizing, try and blast Katie off of a 10 or a hand like she have, 6s through 9s. But I do think Queens, Kings, Aces is the most likely hand here. Could be rivered set of Jacks as well.
I'm going to pay it off by the looks of this.
Well, we're going to find out.
I think we are. Yeah. Is it Ace King of clubs?
It's Ace King. Yeah, that's one of them bluffs. Good call by Katie. It's got to be Ace King or Ace Queen. Non-believer, and correctly so. She always does give you that stare down, Katie, at the table. It gives you a long, hard look, like she's looking into your soul. Sometimes I've been playing with Katie at the table and maybe picked up on something at Swanee there. And that's the great thing about live poker. You do have that little extra added info. And sitting right next to him, glaring at Swanee, and managed to come to the great decision. Finds the call. Well played, Katie. Like that was literally Ace King, Ace Queen, or like we say, one of those over pairs, or maybe a River Jack X. Was a tough spot to be in, but really good to see Katie come to the correct decision.
Few eliminations from the room. Barry Grime, Ashley Timms, Andy Bacon, Stephen Spencer, Lillian Wells. Sure, Lillian's gone. She will have satellited in our Lillian, local lady. Yusuf Erdem again, Neil Graham, Ashley Timms twice, Jamie Nixon, Leo Worthington Lease has also been eliminated.
Again, or is that?
So I'm not sure if that's the first one or the second one.
I know he went out earlier on today.
Yeah, I think he might have just gone over. Yeah, he was. Yeah. He was just after Katie went out before. 370 total for the main event at this moment in time.
Yeah, I think Swanee needs to be going bigger with his Ace King, Ace Queen on the turn. I honestly read into it as value simply for that reason. I think probably want to choose a bigger size in there. Really put Katie's 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s, even 10x in a really tough spot, rather than choosing like sub third sizing on the turn. She's then never going to be folding these hands. Like, need to be thinking about what part of her range we're trying to fold out and what size is going to accomplish that best. Yeah, but really, really good call from the lady in seat 6.
So Jamie Nixon's had a re-entry, has he? He's on the table behind the feature.
Yep.
There you go. Ah, so he is. Just staring down there. Yes, he is.
So Anthony here, just moves all in from the looks of things with the King Jack. Fidel isolates with the pocket jacks and going to be in good shape. Anthony can still find a king. Saw him double once already, was down to 2k. Can he go double, get himself back to half starting stack and right back amongst it? Yes, he can. Just fading the one out now. So 5 of clubs on the turn, case jack to fade. And going to be double in the last 10 minutes. 6 of hearts, meaningless river. And king jack for Anthony, back up to 10.5k. There we go, we got a smile out of him now. Seemed a bit quiet with his little short stack 2k. Doubled up, got up to 5k, doubled up again. Now back to half starting, one more, and he's got his starting stack back. Nicely done from Anthony. Did find the 3 outer, only a small chink in the armour of Fidil's stack. He's chipped up well so far this session, and as I say that, blinds are going up, moving into level 4 of the day. Hour more, and then that will take us into the dinner break at 5 o'clock. So ace jack for Ed. I'm going to be opening this one from hijack. Raises to 500. And pull on the button. Makes the call, and Jamie in the big blind. Coming along with the suited wheel ace. Has the table sound gone? I can quickly check. It does sound pretty low. I did just check it. It does sound pretty low. I'll have a look. Could you just check the table audio, please, PK? Thank you. So Ed C-bet and the ace jack, then just check folding on this deuce turn. We're on the case, guys. Yeah, the sound for the comms went peeve low. I was just muted the mic to check the table sound via YouTube. But we're on the case. Cheers, Preston Pixie. Have a good time in Manchester. Yeah, hearts for Fidel, raises to 600. And Katie defending in the big blind with the 4 deuce. And the ace on the turn after the a6-7 flop checks through. And now delayed c-bet from Fidel. And just a quick fold from Katie, not much we can do with 4 high. Yeah, we're looking into it, guys. We're on the case. I know the sound will cut out if we mute the mic at the moment, but just need to do that while we get the audio sorted for the table. Chris opens the pocket sixes, and Gary here with 4 is going to choose to free bet this one to 2k. Bet. Should be fine now, guys. Should all be good. As you see, the king, queen, 8, 2 diamond board. So in terms of range, a board that Gary will have plenty of bets on as the 3 better. I know there's 3 overcards to our 4. It's not the best hand in terms of actual hand, but in terms of the flop we've got here for our range, one we definitely want to have bets on and potential to fold out the better hand here with the 6s of Chris. There is the fold. Nicely done from Gary, getting the best of it out of the way. Sounds all good now. Good to hear, guys. If there is any problems, just let us know in the chat box and we do try and get on the case straight away. So Katie chip leading now after making that lovely call versus Swanee. Correct river decision, putting our chip leader at the table. Odin Lamberbath, good evening from Vietnam. Everyone watching today. Ace Jack of clubs for Paul in the low jack, raises to 800.
Good evening from Vietnam. Good morning, Vietnam. La Bamba. Wowzers. Hope everybody's good. Vietnam. What time is it in Vietnam? It's 10 past 4. 4:10 p.m. What time is it in Vietnam? What's happening in Vietnam? Do they have poker in Vietnam? It's 10 past 11 at night. Beautiful. How was the weather? It was 27 degrees in Lanzarote, we found out earlier. In Costa Teguise. 27. Somebody was watching earlier.
I don't know if he still is there.
Somebody's been on the Gold Coast watching in Australia. I think the next time I go over to see the niece, I think I'll travel over to the Gold Coast for a couple of days. Sounds amazing. Beautiful country. You have the honeymoon there. Nice one, Mark. Beautiful. A 9-5-3 flop. Five-way action. Jamie Botts leading for 1.5. we get the job done. It does. Oh, no poker in Vietnam, you have to go to Cambodia. I know quite a few Brits have been to Cambodia in the past, in the last 3 or 4 years. It's supposed to be quite juicy in Cambodia for poker. Nice one, Ricky. Good stuff. Always good to get reports on new places. King 10 for Katie, 3 bets to 1.9. And that'll do it, 44,000 for Katie. Chris 30.9. Swanning down the bottom of 17 bigs. Plenty of time, no need to sweat. Chris raising with ace 4. Called in 2 spots. And Gary and Anthony in seat number 4. 7, 4, 8. 9 of diamonds as it's checked all the way around. Sound's gone again. Has it really? Bizarre. Don't know what the glitches are today, this week, ladies and gentlemen. Can only apologise. Oh. I can hear it on Twitch. I'm listening to myself. There we go. La Bamba, less than £1 for a beer everywhere in Vietnam.
Sounds like it's less than £1 everywhere except near town.
I know, Tenerife, Lanzarote, 30 pence in Hanoi. Oh, the table's sound, does it really? We'll keep checking that and get up PK on the case.
Listen, when a minute ago I just pulled him in and
right.
He fixed it.
Right.
No, Gary with a stones hit, firing from 1.9 and Anthony calling from +1, and Chris can't hero this with a 4. Oh no, he's not going to think about the hero, he's going to raise, and Gary loves to see it.
Absolutely. And the stones.
just going to move all in for Gary, and then Chris will be able to get out of the way, obviously. Gary's just always got Jack 10 when...
That facial expression just suddenly wants to burst into a great big grin. You can see it, can't you? You can see him, he's dying to grin as wide as a Cheshire cat. They're in. The king will fold from Anthony, and then so will Maccapac. He won't show.
I don't think the table needs him to show Tower. I think everyone knows it's Jack 10 under there. 45 minutes left of the session, guys. That's going to bring us up to the dinner break.
Your attention, please. William Jack to the phone group, 3 holder, William Jack. Thank you.
Just want to call him after Jamie limps in. Chris in the cut-off. I'm going to over limp as he should be with the 3s. These 2 limps in front of us. And over to Gary in the small. Who's going to complete. And Paul will be checking his option with the Jack 9, and it should be 5 of us going to the flop. Have we gone through any of the bust outs, Tower?
Yeah, we are more or less up to date down to we were on Andy Reynolds. There has been a few more, we'll run through them very shortly. Andy Reynolds was last out that we saw. 855 flop, 2 on the turn. Checking all the way around again.
Yeah, I think Chris can definitely bet now. Once check 2 twice here with the 3s, denying equity to all the overcards that can be out there. So wants to fire, and 40%, like the size, doesn't need to go too big. And then we can just always check back river unless it's a 3.
Just swan it. Swanee's got the cards in his hands, which is why they're not registered in the box. Knows what he's doing. Better 1.5.
Yeah, now obviously being counterfeited as Chris.
Yeah, I don't think his 3 kicker's going to play.
Well, it's a nut low tower, isn't it?
It is.
It is the nut low pocket 3s on this board. Can't have a worse hand at the river here. Is he thinking of raising this up and setting Swanee in, but...
Yeah, it's going to be a race. And a fold with a nut low.
Well played, Maccapac.
Yeah. So a few eliminations. Gary Stephen Smith eliminated. Johnny Eddy 2. Johnny Barker. William Kank. Rennie Share. Graham Peckover. Navas Robles. And Bousey, the last man. Bousey gone. 221 entries so far today, 377 in total.
We literally just started level 4 tower and there's 220 in. Not even halfway through the day.
Yep.
300 is going to get hit today.
It is.
And then the turbo, then the day 2 buy-ins,
Yep.
plus what played yesterday.
Yep.
I reckon 550, 600.
Yep. My line last Thursday it was 580.
Deuces for Ed in the hijack. Makes it 600, and Gary out of the way pulls in with the suited king on the button, king 3 of hearts. And over to Jamie in the big blind, who defending the 4-3.
Yes, so flop ace 9 queen, 2 diamonds. Tower, do you fancy a friendly pint on your 380 line? If so, I'll take the overs. 380?
580, Kev.
My
is the
line last Thursday was 580. There's 377 now.
We've got Paul bluffing at this one. 1.1, half pot. And looks like Jamie going to hero it off with the 4. He did mean 580 tower.
Oh, I see. I see.
That's why making it 800 with the queens.
You know when I mentioned Mark Evans earlier?
Yep.
And you know how the meta universe listens to every word you say?
Yeah.
And every minute is always dialogue and
Yeah.
written down. On my social media, amazingly, Mark Evans has come up as one of my on the today's page, and he's in Thailand playing golf. That's why it weren't him. That's why it weren't Mark Evans. And it were Peter Mock.
That's weird.
So anyway, if you're listening, I'd like a Ferrari in red delivered to the Grosvenor Casino, as mine's in bits on the M8. Thank you very much. Just saying, if you're listening.
You need one of the 4x4 those tower. I can imagine you in one of those small, like, supercars.
Queen high flop, Queen 8-2.
Yeah, going to have action. Both Paul and Fadil here, flopping a top pair. Fadil choosing to check this one from under the gun, and Paul firing for 1.8. Fadil going to go for the check raise here, top pair, top kicker, and Paul, quick call from him.
7 of diamonds turn, 2 flush draws available.
Yeah, and could just potentially shove this one now as Fadil. 15.6k in the pot, just under 110%. It's a very wet board texture. Still get called by worse Queen X here. I don't think Paul snap calls with pocket 8s or deuces. I think he at least thinks about it with these hands here. So we've just always got the best of it here as Fadil. Paul can't have any 2-pair combos unless it's 7-8 suited that he decided to call the check raise with, so we're just always going to have the best hand here as Fadil. Really like how he's played this one, checking it 4-way into 2 players in position of him that can plausibly have some Queen X herself, building the pot, getting the clean turn, and now going for value versus the type of hand that Paul has. The thing is here, from Paul's perspective, we've got removal to Queen X of hearts. It's not a thing from our perspective. Let's say if Fadil had a Queen Jack, Queen 10, King Queen of hearts, might choose to take this line. So having the Queen of hearts here may make us fold more often. And obviously the King of diamonds even as well. If he decided to raise like an Ace King of diamonds, King Jack of diamonds, something like that, then there's
the call. Outed. Needs a bit of help. Does Paul sign seat 3, but the bag is on. Needing to hit a king to survive, and only a king. Well, it's not. It's a 10 of diamonds. Lost one.
Yeah, nice pot for Fadil to take. Played it well, really like the way he plays Fadil. Seems, seen him on the table I think a few times this year, but seems to know what he's up to, knows his stuff, mixes it up in spots. Always tricky customer to play against, one that can have checks and bets with any given hand in any given spot. One of the tricky customers at the table.
Seat open, feature seat 3.
Thank you very much.
Attention please, yes, please available for steam takers and 3 hard rollers. Steam takers.
30 minutes to go for the session, guys.
30 minutes.
Katie making it 700 from the button. Deal King 10 here in the big. Not going to be folding this one, we'll be continuing. Going to be in the form of a flat most of the time. Maybe once in a while versus the button might choose to 3-bet this one, but I think flatting's going to be the way that we proceed most of the time. And Ace King 8 rainbow board. Don't know what Katie's got here, but a board that she is going to be firing high frequency here. Going to be a small bet from her, could go as small as 400 here. Oh, goes for the big bet. Button versus big blind, 1.3 into 1.8 here, near 75% from Katie. These type of double Broadway rainbow boards, like the third even quarter pot sizing.
7 of diamonds turn.
Yeah, like good sizings to choose, but Katie may be going for the bigger size because it's ace high and just maybe trying to represent. Firing for 2k on the turn, and if I'm for deal, I'm going to be calling once more here, tower. Just because Katie's barreled twice doesn't necessarily mean she's got it, but looks like she gets it through. I think I would have called once more there as for deal. Button range going to be fairly wide and a board that's maybe over-represented.
Oh no, who's done that?
Who was that?
Who was that?
I think it was just accident. Chris has moved his chair back to let the dealer out and just accidentally knocked the camera up. No, we didn't want to see Gary in seat 2 anyway, Tal. We see enough of him over the year. Seen enough of Gary this year. Yeah. Shall I get that PK night?
Unfortunately, Bash, we know Blackpool's a lot smaller venue than any other in the estate, and everything was tight when we were setting up, so just bashed a little. The old Macca's not his fault. We are in a tight space in Blackpool. If you've never been, the false ceiling is only about 7'4" off the floor. So Swanee with the King 10, raises to 7 on the button. Fadil 3-bets to 3k with the 4s, and now 10s for Chris.
Yeah, probably going to be 4-bet here, I think, for Macca button versus small blind, and we've got 10s in the big.
Makes it 8.5.
Yeah, nice sizing choice as well. Now Fadil has to get out of the way here with the 4s.
Yeah.
Bit of a mistake to call here, tower. I don't mind the 3-bet with the small pair versus the button open. Now once we're met with this, we're going to have to fold.
$25 minutes to go. $25 minutes to go until the end of the sesh. Over 200 in the mix today so far. Did Razor Kev come back with a fat? You want the overs, do you, on the 580? Is that what he said?
Yep.
Go on then.
Go on then, you're in.
You're in.
got Gary opening 7-5 of diamonds from under the gun here.
He's misread his hand. He thinks he's got sevens. 100% he's looked at the same card twice.
That's not the Gary we know.
That's not the Gary we know.
Ace Jack for Anthony, just flats +1. And for Dill, going to get involved with the 6-4 of clubs on the button. Chris out of the way with the offsuit. Ace in the small blind, too likely to be in a dominated spot after this early position action, so agree with the fold. And over to Ed in the big blind, who quickly flicks in a defend.
Is the Mad Turk in the building, says Mehmet.
He is?
Yes. 4-way action. Eight, 6, 4.
Oh
wow!
Must have known. You must have known, Tower.
I'm not having it. I'm not having it at all.
He's opened 7-5 under the gun, and he flopped. Look, he wants to smile again.
He's done it. He's done it. If you can work out Gary's grimace, it's not a grimace. He's Cheshire catting underneath that grimace.
Just flops the straight flush. What a life! Open 7-5 from under the gun, flops the straight flush, and he's got Fadil over here with 2 pair. And if he gets the clean turn, if this turn isn't a 7-5 or diamond, potential to.
What about the 4th diamond could. What about the 9 of diamonds for the Jack? The Jack of diamonds is just.
Yeah, Fadil's got a clear check now, so. Not going to get. Gary's praying. He's got the bare ace. He's just praying.
Yeah, he is. Any 4 of spades on the river.
Deuce of clubs. And to be honest, you're in this spot with the straight flush. I'd probably check here as Gary. Like for Dill, we're not going to get paid by any hand that doesn't contain a diamond. So potential for those to induce and bluff at it. And as well as that, for Dill may check back some ace of diamonds and king of diamonds here, and may even go as thin as the queen of diamonds if checked to. Whereas if we fire here, the queen of diamonds obviously only going to call. Same with the king. Is just going to fire, and should be the end of Fadil.
That will be the end, unfortunately, for Gary. He's going to throw him. Is he going to show him? Is he going to show him the 5-7? I would. Would you? No?
Nah. Make them wait half hour.
Then somebody says, you got a straight flush. What are you raising?
I've just never seen Gary open 7-5 suited from under the gun, and then the fact that he flops a straight flush is just incredible.
You never know, we might see pocket 7s.
Well, Fadil is going to pay it off with the 2 pair. He's going to
pay it off, there we go!
He's going to see the straight flush. That's above average flop.
Yeah. How is he raising UTG with 5-7? I need to have words. That's how he ends up runner-up in a bracelet event in Vegas. Does he have to show?
Yes.
Only if he gets called?
Yeah, because he's been called last aggressor first to show.
Yeah, if Fadil would have passed.
I'm surprised Fadil didn't pass, because like what's Gary got there
diamonds,
that we beat? Like when you think Gary's check called flop, like what has he got that we beat there as Fadil? He's probably not going to turn jacks, queens, kings, aces without a diamond into a bluff here. So like what is Gary supposed to have that we beat there as Fadil? I'm trying to get inside of the head of Fadil why he called that one off, but I guess he thought Gary could be bluffing with maybe turning an overpair without a diamond into a bluff. Can definitely have high diamonds in his hand bare that check call flop, ace king, ace queen with a diamond, king queen with a diamond, these type of hands. No, Gary check flop, checked to Fadil, Gary check called the bet, turn went check check, and then Gary led. His turn to open, raises Jack 10 suited from +2, makes it 800, called from Chris, and Anthony the original limper comes along. Gary's in as well in the big.
4, 5, 7.
What is
two
going on with these
spades.
flops? Chris this time flopping the stones with the 6-8. And 4-way here, just going to be wanting to build a pot here as Chris with the 6-8. No need to check this one back. We might check it back some of the time in a heads-up situation, but in a multi-way coup here, plenty out there we can still get called by it. So firing for 1.2, small size in third pot, 4-way, and going to get Gary Whitehead as a customer. Quick fold from Anthony and Katie.
Ten of hearts on the turn.
So still sitting here with the nuts as Chris. And I think now on this 10 of hearts we want to choose a bigger size. 2 flush draws out there, board fairly wet, and Gary in the big blind as well here. So Gary can have a lot of hands he can call with, pairs, up and downs, pairs, gut shots, pairs, flush draws, even some 2-pair out there as well. He can have defending from the big blind. So I'd like to see a bigger size in here from Chris, which he does. Goes just north of 2/3 on the turn, 4.2 into 6. And Gary in the big blind here. Don't know what he's holding, but can obviously have a lot of hands defending from the big. He can have all 2 pairs. He can still have a straight himself, and there's plenty of combination draws out there too. There's the call from Gary.
Yep.
To the river. Is it clean for Chris?
The King of Hearts. The back door's there. I don't think you can be too worried about that.
Well, to be honest with you, Gary, Tower, Gary's in the big blind. He can have 4x of hearts. He can have 5x of hearts. He can have 6x and 8x of hearts. So can have a fair few backdoor flushes here from the big blind as Gary. However, what I will say, we still want to be betting here as Chris. I think we're going to probably go like maybe 7-8k, half pot, just over. Try and get called by some potential 2-pair out there at Gary. And then if we are raised, I think we've just got a comfortable fold with our straight. So it actually goes bigger than that, Chris. Goes for the 10k bet. 10k into 14k from him. So around 70% size in here. The reason I like going a bit smaller is just because the times that we are jammed on, we save ourselves a bit of chips. I don't think Gary's ever going to turn a hand into a bluff here. So usually when he jams, it's always going to be one of those heart combos we just mentioned. Whereas we're going after, we're just hoping from the call here. And there is the all in. That's what we said. And now,
wow,
I think we just fold.
You could have absolutely nailed this.
Yeah, and now I think we just fold, Tower. I think we just fold, and this is why I prefer like the 6-7k size in here as Chris, just because obviously 5x of hearts, 4x of hearts. Wow, King 7.
King 7.
He's jammed the King 7. I was not expecting Gary to shove 2-pair there. After Chris goes bet. I think that's a bit of an overplay there from Gary, Tower.
Chris flops this one and Gary loses chunks.
Yeah, it's I think as Gary here, we just have to call this river bet. Like, what are we getting called by? Is Chris ever calling worse? Like he thought about it with the nut straight for some time. Eventually paid it off. I think if Chris actually went 6-7k there, he might have folded, so maybe worked out a treat on that occasion. But Gary went for the razor thin value after Chris has gone bet. Went for cutthroat value and didn't work out on that occasion. Like, Chris is tanking for 10 seconds with the 8-6, like he's never calling a worse 2-pair there, so the jam from Gary just doesn't achieve anything, if that makes sense, when only getting called by a better hand. I just thought like it's always going to be a value jam there from Gary, which it was, but he sort of eked into the value range that probably shouldn't be jamming and should just flat, I think, there, especially once Chris sizes up as well on the river. Goes fairly large even after the backdoor hearts completing. He can still have some hearts himself that he elected to double barrel. But the 8-6 of clubs calls it off. And this is probably where I'm overfolding to raises on rivers too much versus the person over 50 at the table tower. I just think it's always the goods.
Yep.
Well, in Gary's head, he probably thought he did have the goods, but.
So Jamie brought not in hand.
And Ed.
I'll just raise it up. Yeah, that's it. So ended up with a race, Katie and Ed Swales in C1.
Ed jumps into the lead.
Absolutely.
Katie does have some backdoors or an 8 directly, so no backdoor possibilities on the deuce of hearts turn. So Ed fading an 8 and a wheel double Queen of Spades on the river. Ed Swales back up over half starting. Still plenty of big blinds as well.
Yeah. 10 minutes to go till the end of the session, and then a 60-minute dinner break. 10 minutes to go, and then level 4 will end, and there will be a 60-minute dinner break, which means we'll be back just a minute before 6 p.m. just before all the Oaks comes on, apparently.
Still going to open the ace-8 off from +2 here, and Chris ace-5 suited can go either way with this one. Definitely flat. 3-bet not out the question either, and Ed's in with the king-jack suited, and Gary here off 30. Like, could jam this one, Tower.
Yeah.
I think because of how wide Fadil's been playing, like we saw him with the 6-4 of clubs. Yeah, I love this from Gary.
Brilliant.
Just against this particular opener and the flatters in between, I think this is a lovely little jam for just sub 30 for Gary Whitehead here, and it's going to work. It's going to get through. Oh!
Whoa!
Anthony going to put it in with a queen jack behind. It's like he knows he's up against the 8s. Everyone else will fold. Gary will think he's in a bit of bother, but he'll see he's actually flipping. I like the jam from Gary. It's good. I think Fadil is wide enough that we can definitely jam this one for 30. He's going to fold a lot more hands than he can call off, and then there's so much dead money in the middle. What a spot for Anthony to get it in here for his 5.5k. Anthony already won 2 all-ins and a call, but this one looks like it's going the way of Gary. Queen and Jack to fade.
Oh my days, on the turn. Any storming around?
Oh, next door. So Gary, a couple of bad hands for him in quick succession, down to 3.4k. Anthony, who had 2k chips at one point, back up to 13.7.
Were they the same seats as well? Right,
I had ace 9 of spades anyway.
So the final 10 minutes of the session. Another table when we come back. Hi Sam. Hey Sam. How you doing, Sam?
That's what I just said to these. I had a big first of the board. And I just chuck a chip in. You did it and never called me.
How we doing, Sam?
Pocket fives are Katie under the gun. And it raises 2-7. And both blinds coming along, Anthony in the small, Jamie in the big. Once we catch up, see what they've got. Jack 10 for Jamie and a pocket fours for Anthony. And Katie's just going to see bet and take this one down. Not today, Sam, but if you have a little look at the results, not sure why the comms cam's not working. If you look down the bottom right, he's there. He bagged up 25k yesterday, so he will be in day 2 tomorrow. So if he's on the stream, you can tune in, show your support.
He's made day 2.
Bagged up yesterday.
Just a stack of 25k, so just over starting stack. Last 6 or 7 minutes of this session, and then a 60-minute break. Neil and Chris's cards are not showing this time. Or the flop. What's happening? You went to the chip shop. You're a chef.
It's ridiculous, isn't it? The amount of takeaways he has for a chef is...
You're a chef. You went to the chip shop. What did you have? Last time I went to the chip shop, I had fish, chips, scraps, mushy peas, salt vinegar.
Scraps?
Yeah.
Is that like the batter?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we call them scraps. Not the way you call them.
We don't have them, I don't think, Tal.
They throw them away.
I don't
You
know.
gain nothing for nothing. Is that what it is down south? You gain note for note.
Yeah.
You get a note for note. You gotta have the scraps. Scraps are great. Sprinkled on the chips. Salt and vinegar. Crunchy chips.
Best thing from chip shop is steak and kidney pie, chips, gravy. That is the combo. The nut combo at a chip shop.
Scraps is a northern thing. Apparently so.
No, Shane, if you did bust yesterday, you have the opportunity to buy in again today, or even play the turbo flight later on this evening at 9. Day 2 buy-ins as well available tomorrow up until around 11:45.
Yep, you can still buy in. Turbo at 9 o'clock as well. There is a turbo. Sausage, chips and curry sauce. Really? I've not had that one. The disc guy's goated. Batter bits. Yeah, that's right, Shane Roundtree. That's exactly what it is. Batter bits. We just call them scraps because it's a scrap end of the batter and the fish.
Yeah, deep fried Mars bars.
Yeah, seen that in Edinburgh. Actually, apparently, in the grass market in Edinburgh is where it all started. I don't know if that's true. Just something I've been told. Apparently, somebody walked in and said, "He says, what can you batter?" He says, "Anything." And they chucked him a Mars bar. Apparently, that's how it started. Not sure if it's true, but that's what I got told. And I'm gullible like that. I'll just take anything in. But I've still never tried one. Or a pizza crunch, which is a battered pizza. Which sounds bizarre.
Like Ed's decision to check here, can definitely mix in a check with this one. But now I think is where we're going to start betting after flop checks through with our race 3. Katie will definitely check back some 10x that we can get some value from on the turn here, maybe even some 5s through 9s. So I think we're just going to be firing here as Ed.
being a Yorkshireman living in Scotland, I no longer dare ask for scraps. You know, scraps means fighting. If you want to scrap at school, that's it. You know what I mean. As Trevor Reardon bought back in today, he didn't play yesterday. He played the high roller and didn't buy into day 1A. So I'm guessing he's playing day 1B today. So he has. I don't know if he's bust out earlier today, but he should still be in somewhere. 222 players today. Last few eliminations that we've seen around the room. Ali Malou! I've not seen Ali in the main. Well, won't be seeing him again, he's gone. Wadey, Leo again. Mark Dolan, Michael Oakes. Natalie Bromley, I didn't see Natalie either. Natalie, Burnley fan now. And Adam.
Oh my God, at the same time?
That could have been the same hand.
That is literally the same time they
Whoa,
busted.
How weird is that? Husband and wife busted within 30 seconds of each other.
That's quite
different
funny,
tables. One on table 6, one on table 15. They both stood at the same
time. They're both going to text the other one that they're out, and they're bump into each other at the corridor, both looking at their phones, both texting each other they're out. So one more hand, guys. This is the last hand. The comms cam's not working, so we'll get rid of that, and then we will head out on an hour dinner break. We're going to be back at just before 6 p.m.
Yeah, we might have to have I don't know if we can have a reboot or whatever it is. I'm not sure. We'll need to start it at some point because it'll be a full over 12-hour day today. So we'll need to tell PK. Might do that actually during the dinner break. Makes a lot of sense to do it at the dinner break. We'll need to start it today for recording purposes because we will go over 12 hours of recordings today because we started at 12:30 and we think it'll finish round about 1:45, 10 to 1.
Over to Swanee in the cut-off. Going to raise it up into the big blind of Ed. Makes it 700. So Ed with Queen 4 off. Ed's just checked the clock, so I'm guessing he's going to be tanking and then folding. No, he's going to call. Thought it was going to be a tank and then fold to get the full dinner break. But he's going to defend the Queen 4. But this will be the last hand with 15 seconds on the clock, and that will be that Ace 9 7 2 diamonds. Should be check bet fold, and then we're going to head out on an hour dinner break, guys. We are back at 6 o'clock. We will see you then.
See you then, people.
I'm padlocked off now. I'm tilting now. I'm going for 10.
So £40 straight up is on. And Andy once again getting involved. Jack 9. Raises to 200. Opts for the 5x here in the cut-off. And Vinny with the 6-2 suited. Along he comes for 195 more. Joe's in with the 10-9 of hearts. And Bobby got an easy one to defend. On the straight on with the King 10. One-way action. And action we have, because we've got a gut shot for Andy. We've got top pair for Joe and Bobby. And this one checks through. 5 of clubs on the turn. So Bobby still with the best of it with the King 10. Andy still sitting with his gut shot. Joe happy to fire now for 300, and Bobby here with the King 10. Not going to be going anywhere. Andy calls with the gut shot, and Vinny's just going to call with a 6 deuce as well.
Go on, Vinny.
River.
The Queen of Hearts is the river.
Check.
Changes nothing.
Nothing at all. Changes nothing. So Bobby here. Maybe thinking about playing for thin value here, Tower, but I much prefer this from him, checking this one over to Andy, who's just sitting here with Jack high. What on earth have I just seen? Andy just rips 5.4 into 2 bag, 2.6, 2.7x pot shove.
Bobby says, can I have a count, please?
Wow!
Can I have a count? This is serious.
What a hero call this would be. What's Andy got, Tower? What makes sense? What hands are we going to play in this manner? Flop checks through. Turn we call. And the river comes a queen. And like, what hands do we shove for this amount? Like, we're not shoving one pair for this amount, so we're repping 2 pair plus shit. What on earth is this? We're literally repping 2 pair plus, but what 2 pair do we have? Andy's been playing a whole host. I guess Queen 7 suited can be in there. You got 2 combos of that. Queen 7 of clubs, Queen 7 of diamonds. But what else are we meant to have here? What are we repping? A set of 5s, but why are we not raising turn? We're going to bet sets on the flop 4-way. We're going to bet our 10x. Queen 10's probably not going to be in there. This don't make much sense, Tower. I can see Bobby calling this. I can really see him heroing this off. What I've seen from Bobby, he seems to be very solid, good thinking player. And if you really think about this one, what is Andy supposed to have here? He's never doing this with 1 pair. He never opts for this size with a 1 pair hand. It's 2 pair plus. And what hands get to the river in this manner with 2 pair? And then flip it on the other side. He's got bluffs. He's got missed clubs. He's got some random, like, maybe some random gut shots, some up and downs, these type of holdings here. Maybe a hand like 5-6 suited he's turning into a bluff, blocking a straight and 2 pair. But I wouldn't be surprised if Bobby called this off, even though it's for an insane amount and we need to be correct fairly often as Bobby to make this a good call. But what is Andy supposed to have? What's he representing? This is a crazy, crazy move.
Could Andy erase pre with 7s?
Yeah, but he's going to bet flop, Tower. Once we go 4-way, we're not checking 7s with our reputation on that flop ever once we go 4-way. So that's out of the question. 3s are out of the question. 10x going to bet. Like Queen 10... Queen 10 may be in there, but I think like heads up, yes, we can incorporate some checks with Queen 10, but in a multi-way situation when we go 4-way, we're just going to be continuing Queen 10 there. So even Queen 10's out of the question. Overpairs are going to continue as well, so Queens aren't going to be in there. So what's he got, Tower? Like, I think the only hand that makes sense is Queen 7 suited, and the way he's been playing, he probably would open Queen 7 suited. You've got Queen 7 of diamonds, Queen 7 of clubs in there. But other than that, I'm really clutching at straws for value hands that Andy's ever going to have in this situation, whereas bluffs he can have. Obviously the clubs, the backdoor clubs are definitely in there that would take this particular line, check flop, then call turn once getting that price, as well as obviously we can see some gut shots. But this is a mad but brave move from Andy, and I think we have to call. I know I can see the cards, but I always try to portray to you guys on stream like about ranges and what's making sense and try and take the whole cards out of question. But Bobby seems like a pretty solid player and a thinking player and very competent, and this just doesn't make any sense. And I'd probably flick it in, and if you got Queen 7 of clubs or Queen 7 of diamonds, nice hand. But other than that, I'm really clutching at straws for value here, Tower, because there's no need. We're never going to go 2 point over this size. We're never going to choose with a 1 pair holding. So it's 2 pair plus we're repping. Only straight out there, 4-6 suited, which is probably going to raise turn after all the action. Build a pot as well, especially with Vinny in there on the turn. We're probably going to raise 6-4 suited. So it's just so thin, and like the hands that we're repping here. And if it gets called, I'd love to see a call from Bobby here. And the way Andy's been playing, we saw him with the 4-3 of diamonds hand, like the way he just spewed off in that 4-bet pot with the 4-3 of diamonds. It's a really gross spot for Bobby, but really in the blender here with this decision. I know I can see the whole cards, but I think we have to call. The way Andy's been playing, the hands that he represents here, and like I can only come up with 2 combos that he plays in this manner, and that's even clutching at straws because he still needs to open the Queen 7 suited, but we've seen him open a lot wider than that so far this cash game, so I guess that's in there. But
will he remember the 4-3 hand and then just work it out and then just eventually call?
I don't know, Tower, because Bobby's been very tight and solid. Like, he's probably going to fold because of the size, but when you... Oh, he's called! He's made the call, and he's going to get the good news. And he's going to show him the jack high. He doesn't even show him it. And Bobby with the King 10. What a hero. Someone go find that man a cape. Wow. Wow, what a pot. A 12.8k pot is that. 12.8k going the way of Bobby, and that's going to make him the big winner end this game, and I said I wouldn't be surprised if he made the call, and that's going to be it for Andy. The coat is on. He's going to be heading out. Could potentially get another player in. We've only got less than an hour left, but what a pot that was for you guys.
Andy just leaving the door.
So we've got new players. Is that Tom Hudson there?
No, Kieran coming in.
Bit of a doppelganger there.
He is a little bit. For the online manager, Mr. Tom Hudson.
Deborah's called now, and Richard. Which Richard is it? Do we know which Richard it is? Hearts and Hearts fighting off again. 3 times. A lot of hearts been dealt out, Tal, but not many on the flop. I did well. He hit the straight flushing hearts, didn't he?
Yeah. Kieran Davey comes to our table. Richard Griffiths in C1.
Richard Griffiths, but I don't think I know him. Oh, look, what the
10,
hell?
9, 3,
Tower,
all hearts.
3 of them have flopped hearts.
All flopped.
Queen High, King High, Ace High.
Wow.
This is going to be carnage. Oh my gosh.
There's nearly every out on the board. The Jack of
Have you
Hearts
seen
is
this?
out for Richard.
This could be a 3-way all-in, Tower, if it's played fast by any of them. This is absolutely ridiculous. When Kieran gets all this action, he'll have to check his cards back, see if he's bloody actually got the Ace of Hearts, Tower, and not the Ace of Diamonds. So Richard's just called. Oh, Richard's called just with a Jack, with a King, with a Jack.
Yeah, he's got the redraw to the straight flushy things.
Blow me neck. So what's going to happen now? KK's going to squeeze it up. He's just called as well. Now what's Peter going to do?
Yeah, Kieran's got the notes. So I don't mind.
No, KK just flattered with his Queen High flush.
Oh yes,
and now
Kieran's
it's on
got the
Peter
nuts.
with the King High flushes. He's going to raise here. Here we go. So he's going to raise.
Oh man.
Kieran's going to probably just flat call, or jam it, or just put it in, thinking he's never going to get a fold, which he won't.
Raise to 5k from Peter.
Kieran's getting a bit. Look at him. He's playing. He's giving it the old Hollywood, isn't he? He's got the stone cold nuts, and he's like, "Oh, what's going on here? What the blinking hell's going on?"
Does he call?
I think he. I don't know, Tower.
Or is it, does he think he's up against the set?
I just don't think he's. Well,
he's all in.
Yeah,
he's all
and
in.
now what's KK going to do with his Queen Eye? He's going to have to move all in, surely.
Yeah.
There's hands that Kieran could have aces with the Ace of Hearts here. Yep.
This would be an amazing fold.
And Peter's going to be absolutely sick.
Peter, what you done?
Peter's absolutely sick.
Peter raised it up with
he's going to have to put it in. And just hope it's a set against the ace with a heart, I guess, or 6-7 of hearts, for example, or 7-8 of hearts. These are hands that are possible as well in Peter's eyes. Doesn't have to be against the nut flush here. This is just the most brutal setup I've ever seen.
They're in.
He's in.
They're in.
And they're both drawing dead, aren't they?
Wow.
This is just dead. They're both dead.
Wow.
They're just dead.
Look at Debs.
It's just ridiculous. They're dead, aren't they? There's no runners, is there?
No runners. Because the Jack of Hearts has been folded for the Queen.
What a life.
Wow.
This is Kieran's first hand, and what a hand.
He's on 60,000. Sits down, one hand, flops the nuts.
Gets action from the second nuts and the third nuts, and trebles up.
Oh my days.
I wonder if anyone's dreams of Vegas rely on this tournament, Tower. I wonder if
you never know.
To get a top 3 finish, they're going to be jetting off to the desert or not.
Julian raised to 50 with ace 10. Max in C1 with Queen 8. It's rid of the button. Queen 8 suited, small blankets out of the way.
Jan's kind of giving a few tells away that he's folding pre. He's kind of.
I like Josh's demeanour at the table, you know. I do like it. He looks at the players.
Yeah.
Wants to see a flop with the 5s, as you should.
Julian's got too much for Josh to just think about jamming there or anything. So yeah, standard defend.
6-7 queen. Rainbow.
Probably going to see a check, a small bet and a call, I'd imagine. Terry's still railing someone, so his horse must be still be in somewhere.
And I still don't know what that signs is at all.
I think is it in?
I can't read
I don't
the
think it's in
yellow
English, is it? It's got 2 U's in it somehow.
40,000 bet from Julian with ace 10. So.
And I think he's going to call.
See bet.
I think Josh is going to call with the backdoor straight draw as well with his 5s. Some cards can peel off that he can win the pot by bluffing. Jewel for the win, yeah, maybe.
Nice one. I like it.
I'm quite impressed how he's playing so far.
Turn is the Jack of Diamonds.
And this is a brilliant card for Julian to bet again. Keep barreling, get all the 6x and 7x to fold now. And you pick up a gut shot for Broadway. Looking at about 150, I think I'd say 175 would be a good size.
That looks like pot size.
Yeah, don't mind this
That looks
at all.
exactly pot size.
Yep, 230 or something. Yeah, nice bet, nice bet.
225 pot size.
And now Josh is going to have to fold. You just have to fold. It might be a bit suspicious, but you just got to fold. And nice play from Julie again. I have been impressed how he's played this hand and the 3-bet. 8 seconds, the shot clock's up there, you can see now.
30 seconds to get to act.
Wow.
Oi, oi.
Maybe he's spotted a tell on Julian, because theory-wise, this is just an easy fold. And it's really tricky to play for these 5s now.
Well, it bricks again.
And now he's just got to put it in, for sure. Like King 10, he's got a 10 blocker, and King 10's got there now. He's just got to attack this range, I think. It's easier saying that knowing the hands, but
yeah,
I think he's just got to put it in. I hope he jams. Mind you, maybe Julian's thinking to himself, well, he must have a queen if he's called me twice, 2 streets.
Come on, Julian! The triangle is in. No, Josh.
Josh don't believe him, you know. I think he's picked something up, you know.
Josh Mahmood has impressed a lot of players in this high roller. What's he thinking, Trick?
There's no way he's doing anything theoretically here. He thinks he's picked up a tell on Julian, I think, because the turn bet should be a snap fold. You just can't continue with 5s there because he just crushed so often, and there's cards on the river you can't call, kind of like this one. But yet he's thinking to himself. So I think maybe it's how Julian sat with his fist against his thing.
Yeah.
Maybe he's picked up on that and he thinks that's a tell of weakness. Or maybe something he's said or anything. He looks a bit shaky there with his chips.
Well, he's asked for a count.
I mean, this is just...
He is a non-believer.
I mean, you just... What if his bluff hands are ace queen, ace king, ace 10?
Yeah.
And you basically pretty much crushed against anything else. Obviously, like... I can't see many bluffs, to be fair, apart from ace king. He knows he's not got anything like ace jack. He knows he's not got a jack. He's polarised to a queen or better here, and a good queen at that. But still, he raised under the gun 1. His range is strong enough. Julian's like this is just Josh must have picked something up on him. It makes sense. He called like a pot bet on the turn with 5s when it's just a snap fold for everyone who's not got a live read. So I can only assume that Julian said something or done something in this hand that he's picked up as very weak. And as you were saying before, he is very studious at the table. He does look and...
Oh, he's made the call!
He's called.
That is incredible!
Wow, that is ridiculous.
Wow!
They are the things in poker...
Look at the table!
They're the things in poker that...
Look at the table! They can't believe it!
They were the...
Even Steve would have passed.
What a table! Look at Mike C. Cannon! Look at that!
They're the sort of intangible things that sometimes as a live player you can't explain, but you just know. and he just knew he was weak for whatever reason.
That is the call of the tournament, and Max cannot believe it.
I mean, I feel sorry for Julian because he played the hand perfectly, in my opinion, and so did Josh, but in a different way. Julian played it perfect from the textbook and from game theory optimal way, but that's the thing in live poker. Sometimes someone does something and you know they're weak for whatever reason. You've just got to go with your read.
Is that the call of a champion?
He deserves to win it now.
Wow.
That's the thing, Tao. You can be as theoretical as you want, but if you give something away and someone like Josh has been paying so much attention, hasn't he? He's not been looking at his phone. He's not been up and about off his bum. He's been sat down studying every player. So
Jules for the wins. Unfortunately, it didn't happen. The biggest hand of the tournament was calling with fives. That was unbelievable. Like, what was the thought process going through that? That basically give you the chips to with the momentum and winning the trophy. That fives hand was insane, man.
Yeah, I guess I just got lucky. But,
well, did you get a tell? Did you think you'd only got ace high? There's only two possible hands. We thought he got ace king, ace 10. Everything else, there were no more bluffs there, was there?
So I think there are two reasons why I called, and although like on the river I thought that the only hand that he's going to jam on the river that made sense was king 10, because that's a hand that would definitely c-bet flop for small, and then overbet turn to like get max fold equity, and then when he makes a straight on the river, which it makes sense, then he would go all in, but yeah, I just thought because of the SPR, if he had like a bunch of other value hands, like he didn't have to bet over the pot on the turn in order to get the money in on the river. Like why would he want to bet such a big bet and then like have a 60% river jam? Like instead, like he can just easily bet like under pot on the turn and then bet under pot on the river, and that's like way more likely to get called. I mean, it's not like
it was a call, and we were just sat there and we're like, how's he made that call? It was amazing. Honestly, it was just.
We thought he might call because turn call, because usually it's just check fold.
Sometimes I read a few of the comments, honestly, but I know I shouldn't, but it wasn't this, and I know some people are saying like, oh, once you call the turn, it's like, oh, now you've made up your mind on the turn. My mind still, it wasn't fully made up. But I mean, I would say that that river is like an extremely good card for him to continue his bluff, and I guess just this time, like, I just got lucky.
But it's what they do, it's the way they grind, solid approach, and it's going to make you money in the long run. Maybe not as much as a player that's going to be more aggressive in certain spots. So like what I've seen from Jagger, always pretty impressed from him whenever he's on the feature table. Happy to get involved, happy to run it. It's been a very good watch though, can't take that away. And Jagger raising to 60, Ryan folding the ace-5, and Jamie here on the button. Jamie 3-betting the Queen 9 suited, like it, especially this deep versus Jagger with position. Vinny's in with a cold call, and Jagger calls, closing the action with the sixes.
Flop time, 935, Rainbow.
Lovely flop here for Jamie after 3-betting this particular hand. And gonna see him continue here, Tower. Just so often here with the Queen 9 of spades. There is some argument in a heads-up coup to check this one, potentially in a 3-bet situation, but multi-way here. Happy to try and thin the field down and get to the turn heads up. Vinny's actually going to call here with the King 10. I was about to say I'm surprised to see that, but I'm not, because it's Vinny, and he is getting an attractive price. And Jagger here with the sixes in a really interesting spot, because this is a spot where we're not usually going to overcall the sixes tower, but with Vinny involved and Jamie, who's obviously more than capable of making a move, might actually choose to overcall the sixes here in this spot. Like, in a normal scenario, just be folding here a lot of the time as Jagger, but he's actually opted for the third option and raised this one up. Wow. Raised to 950 from Jagger. And Jamie now just got a pure call tower.
Yep.
Nothing else we can do here as Jamie but call this one with the Queen 9. Well, we'll just chuck a plaque in, why not? Get 50 change.
Absolutely.
And now Vinny should get out of the way. I say should, but Vinny has been a very tricky
Vinny,
customer.
Yeah. We know what Vinny can do. And we know he likes the overs. And he could still flick it in.
950.
Capped it out the 950. It's 675 to call.
Look at this.
Absolutely.
In comes Vinny. 3.7 in the middle. Pot is brewing. And the Queen 9 of Jamie out in front at the moment. Turn time.
Oh, we've only spiked it on the turn.
Oh, Vinny. How does he do it? And this should check through though, tower. I'd be very surprised if Jagger continued running it with sixes. Might have raised for protection purposes on the flop. Jamie can just continue a lot of high cards like ace king, king queen, ace queen, these type of hold-ins, and obviously Vinny, a wild card, can have any two. So may have been raising the sixes for protection purposes, but once we've been called in two spots, I think this is just shut down central for us, for Jagger. And there's the check, and if I'm Jamie, I'm probably going to be checking this Queen 9 of spade behind. I'm just searching for showdown, trying to get this one to showdown with this 370 bigs in the middle already. Well, probably going to fire small. I see him reaching for chips here, tower, but if he's reaching for chips, I'm probably not going to opt for too large a sizing, no more than half, just so we can check back some rivers. So it's going to go call from Vinny, fold from Jagger.
There you go. Should be a snap fold from Jagger. And that's exactly what he's done. So we're already up to 7,000 in the pot.
Yeah, so unless it's a queen or a 9 on the river, it should just go check tower, because Jamie's chose this size basically to get a free showdown with position, gets to dictate the action on the river. And it's the deuce of diamonds.
Complete brick.
All in.
No!
Oh, we've only slung in the triangle.
Wow, Vinny just sticks it in with the King 10. He's actually got the best hand. This is the most insane value rip ever, tower, and it might work as well, because he can credibly rep hands that have missed here. Backdoor hearts, hands like 7-8, 6-7 of hearts, 6-8 of hearts all in there. If he's calling King 10 off on the flop, he's going to be calling hands like Jack 10 of hearts, Queen Jack of hearts, Queen 10 of hearts, these type of holdings. Ace 4 of hearts, well, Ace 4 of hearts is a will, but like Ace Deuce of hearts in there, these type of holdings. But this is a really interesting spot here for Jamie, because you never expect Vinny to have a king. You've got to remember, it's gone bet, call, raise, call on the flop, so there shouldn't really ever be a King X out there for Vinny. I know we can see he actually has the King 10 here, but the only real King X that Vinny should have on that flop should be like King 9, maybe King 5 suited in there. So it's a really weird spot here for Jamie, the way this hand's played, and rips it for 3.3, getting 3-1 on the call here with our Queen 9. But like, what's...
So you're more or less saying he should be calling this because there's no King X out there?
Well, there shouldn't be. Like, from a theory perspective, tower, there shouldn't be. other than King 9 suited, which we got removal to, only 2 combos left with the 9 of spades. From a theory perspective, yes. But from a hand with Vinny in perspective, he can probably have more King X than anyone in this spot. That's the crazy thing about it. It might even float like it's King 7 suited, King 6 suited, King 8 suited with backdoor diamonds. But then the other thing we need to take into account is Vinny then going to shove these 1-pair holdings for value on the river? And
He's called! He's made